June the 3rd today, and we have quite a big endeavor to take on. You can see it in the title. Yes, it's going to be quite a big overlap of everything that has gone on so far. We're going to wait for a couple people to get in. This VOD will obviously be up, and I'm probably talking to people who are watching it that way. Hi, guys. I hope you are all doing very well. Just going to break down a couple of things. Oh, I got to release the and everything, too. Should be good to go, I believe. Yeah, let me make sure that everybody can see it. I'll offer this thing on Twitter too. I actually just thought of this. Full witch hat discussion is happening. Yeah, I should probably let people know. Hi, Bodhi. Hi, Sadmuso. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing very, very well. Let me use the image actually. That I was using. Sorry, I actually realized I had to do a bit more setup than I thought. I'm always like quick on my feet. Yeah. Here, let me just. Oh goodness, one sec. Yes, it's gonna be big, and essentially, I am nothing but excited for this one. This was a discussion that I'm not sure everybody will show up to. But I'm sure that we will have a fair amount of people who will be here to probably give me their thoughts and opinions. Okay. Hi guys. Hi Chisandy. Is this only discussion or also the new chapter? This is so far only discussion. If we are going to discuss the new chapter, I'll have to see if it's even available to me, because I know that it's out on K manga, but I personally don't have access to that, so there I am. Hi Maddie, welcome in. Hi Levin. I'm so sad I won't be able to watch most of this stream because I have exams. Oh, I hope it goes well, Levin. Thank you so much for showing up. My thoughts? I like it. That's a good thought summary, buddy. I really like that. I like your thoughts. That's my discussion for your discussion. Yeah, this is mostly going to be discussion. And honestly, for the most part, the visual component of the stream, you won't have to focus on too much. If you want to treat it like a bit of a podcast, go do something. Whatever. This is basically going to be me reading and talking and just giving you basically everything that I've been thinking up to now, basically. This is just the overall thoughts. I have a bunch of criticisms. I have a bunch of worries. I have a bunch of loves and thoughts and just summaries that I want to be able to make on Witch Hat, because there's like a real desire in me to just like yap about everything that has been I've been in love with, and I've been prepping for this for quite a bit. So I'm very like genuinely I can't stress it enough. I'm very excited for this one. Is there a way to send you a link for the chapter? You can send it to me on Discord if you'd like. You can join it there. Would it be possible to upload the... Oh, yeah, sorry, Ketra. I will try to upload it to that. I have to find a way to keep it online without it like dying as well, Ketra. Do I want a link? Yeah, sure. If you can DM that to me privately, I would love that. I would love nothing more than that. But this is the discussion up to now, regardless of getting into the new chapter. So no, I have not discussed chapter 97, just for a fair warning. And as far as I know, there's been some things that maybe I'm going to be addressing or talking about that may have been covered in this new chapter. So I have no idea. But I'll definitely we'll definitely unbox all of that and obviously revise and change or anything. And I have to warn people that when I said criticisms, I'll kind of spoiler it. It's mostly worries. It's mostly concerns. When I say criticisms, I don't necessarily mean that I have scathing comments about all the material or anything like that. Not really. I think that there is just things that I think need to be addressed, and I'm curious about the broader community of Witch Hat and like what they think, and what they think is like executed as perfectly as it can be. What is it built upon that's like been really great for a 10-year project for Shirahama. I'm just really curious like what everybody thinks, and I'm just gonna have fun talking about it. So yeah. First off, oh wait, it's not on the site ready yet. Okay, thank you, Alcor. You'll have it ready in a bit. Okay, thank you so much. Oh wait, where is it? Oh yeah, some people were worried that it wasn't on YouTube. No, it's on YouTube. That was you, Alcor. Okay, what do I think of Witch Hat? And I know that some people are going to be coming in and discussing. We're going to be doing a character ranking, and we're going to be doing an arc ranking, predictions, everything, and I'll just give you basically anything that I think. So I want to know, first off, is like, what do we think like Witch Hat Atelier is about? What do we take away from the story? Because that might be like a loaded question. I think whenever it comes to these kind of discussions of like what is the central theming of Witch Hat, there's been a lot of answers, and I think one that has kind of, I'm going to be honest, I think has misled people, but still kind of is accurate and true and as on the nose as you possibly can be, which is that, Witch Hat Atelier is about art. And, an atelier is also a group of people, students, learning art and like discussing and like taking on, figuring things out and like trying to expand their craft. I've seen people go as far, even in like circles that I have frequented, is that they will say like, Witch Hat Atelier is art about art. And I think that like is true. I think that like you can reasonably, as early as like the first chapter, make that connection, the metatextual elements of, Shirahama the artist, and then like the story that is being written out by like Coco and everybody. I think that like that makes a lot of sense. There's so many things. The mechanic of magic itself is drawing. It's it's pens. They get calluses on their fingers. They have to like twirl their hand right before they hit the page. In the society that they live in, where like wood crewer and paper is like quite valuable. It's about those who are creative and they're thinking about solutions for artistic purpose. But it's not just that they are waxing on these beautiful imaginations of just pure illustration. Illustration is a part of it. There is elegance and the art of basically like whimsy and flashiness that is baked in most of Witch Hat culture, is even as simple as the dragons that get erected by both Arugio and Kifri. Also, hi, welcome in, guys. So I think that like talking about art is perfectly acceptable. I've seen a lot of people make connections to just how people write things and how they do things, and elitism, and like regarding elitist culture in artistic pursuits. And I think that like makes a lot of sense when people think about the eyes of the author, their background, and like, you know, the prestigious education that they came from. I think like that is perfectly fine. But if you had to kind of press me on what I think Witch Hat Atelier is kind of ultimately about, its central theming is education. Education in of itself, and how do we educate? How do we, like, you know, teach these kids? Like, who is it that's learning? Where is it that they're learning? Many, you know, ideas of just material, you know, context of like where they've come from, why they've done the things that they have, realizing some of their limitations, the boundaries, and making sure you're not going too far and you're not scaring too much. And there's always this balance that's constantly being struck about how do we, like, you know, tutor these kids? They are at an atelier, which is, you know, it is about art, but it's about teaching. And the way that art is used is about creation, not just like art as in like, you know, those that draw and make manga, which still very much works. You know, like that is Shirahama's creation. That is her form of offering and teaching. She is teaching through an art form that would allow her to teach and to grow empathy and to give people comfort and, you know, to see themselves in these characters, to play on like identity, and like to play on recognizing them, and just representation. It's like, it's very much baked in it that, like, you know, as much as people call about art and like they love to like pedestal it, it's so much more about like, well, what are we offering to the kids? And it's a constant conversation that exists in the entire story. The kids are being taught by the adults, and the adults are getting taught by the kids, and really, you know, respecting the idea of learning, you know. And you know, some people go into Witch Hat and they talk about it being kind of shonen. And there is like kind of principles and premise, like here's the starry-eyed kid at the very beginning daydreaming about how they want to, you know, learn this thing and like be able to just kind of conjure it, magic from their fingers, the cloth of flight. But I think ultimately, like, what ends up happening is just that, like, it's not just that they learn this stuff and like the premise is very shonen or whatever people want to say. I think that's kind of reductive, because I do understand what people mean. I do understand the connections that they make, but I think that like what's very shonen is just a lot of like forms of battling and the kind of training that goes on. Shonen does definitely typically have to talk about societal pressures and oppression and like all sorts of things that still overlaps with Witch Hat, but I think like there's very noticeable things if we're just trying to remove association and just like focus on content. Witch Hat is so much more about problem solving. It's not about big battles and like making sure that there's always just something snappy going on at every single second that they're fighting. Every conflict that exists, everything that happens is through creation. It's through knowledge and the education that they know. Keyfree doesn't just do his big giant water dragon attack because he simply is just so unbelievably power, this latent energy that exists inside of him. It exists because of what he knows and like the practice and execution of things. You know, a god is able to erect her a giant, you know, like light bird because, you know, she's taken a lot of practice being able to like just draw that out. It doesn't take some sort of physical weight and pressure like like literally like the full force of things. It just takes a technique, and I think that like that matters a lot to like Witch Hat, is that, you know, people I think maybe get under the wrong impression of like what this story is supposed to mean early on, but like I think that like people just don't hone in on that, like they are literally learning. And Kefri is one of the biggest draws immediately of just trying to teach the kids and like give them this like place of safe haven, and how interesting that is evolved, because Kefri is so interesting, but like you can tell that the premise hinges on that being kind of a bane and a boon in a way, that anytime that they go into witch society, they are essentially being kind of shifted, and the way that they kind of are like fish out of water at times when they go into witch society. Almost every time they go into witch society, it's the draconic, you know, labyrinth, the thing with Tarda, and like learning about Silverwash, and the everything to do with like Silver Eve, how they assist people is always being drenched in some sort of struggle that, like, you know, affects the people, which is not knowing and not learning. And it's like an overarching thing constantly, that what is it that people should know, what is it that they should learn. And I don't know, like I just feel like that's like a big part of its storytelling, you know. It's about that. It's the boundaries, it's making the proper place to learn, but it also, you don't want to isolate them too much. You don't want to not believe in them as much, and that how that like ties in with hope, and like how that ties in with you know, those who give up and those who are comforted or too comfortable. And man, I there's just like a lot of political backdrop that like is very important to the story. Here also, I want to read some of these comments before I go, because I know you guys are commenting. It's very much a metaphor for art, but like the further you go into, the more it's education as a whole. Absolutely, yeah. Those things are 100% there. But I think that we need to like take it a lot more seriously when it comes to just like how much exists. And I know that people, yeah, again, they like art, but I think that we shouldn't like boil it down too easily. And even like me saying that it's education, maybe some people think that I'm boiling it down, but even all the political themes are centered around the theme of education, of access to materials, knowledge. Yeah, and I'm gonna like you know, bridge this over with what you're saying, Alm, and kind of like focus on this next part of the themes. Is just, you know, when it comes to boundaries, it also comes to class struggle, how class struggles exist. And I think that there's like a few things that Witch Hat is saying, which is class struggles exist because of apathy, oppression, concern, comfort, but not imagining a way forward. The literal comfortability of the system, the ways in which people are sort of relishing in some of the benefits that they have per person, that they're willing to just kind of accept that this is just how things are. There's an entire mechanic that exists, which is to wipe people's memories. They have somehow been able to make a division of people somehow. And we know that the division between a witch and a person is not far at all. In fact, anybody could become a witch, but there is kind of like a fear of those who may have their hands on that power, not being able to trust them, maybe not being able to monitor it, not being able to have like a firm thumb on it. There's like something about control that Witch Hat is talking about, and control is not necessarily a negative thing, but like the kind of control is clearly baking in or encouraging these kinds of divisions of money and like especially like, resources and what it is that people are allowed, so that like products and basically, basically bourgeois types are able to maintain their systems, to keep them under their thumb, and be able to like profit off of that, to give into capital. It's all as a way to like feed into how the system works, and it has so many problems because of that. And people, there's like a thing that can happen sometimes in stories where those who are like trying their best to hurt those, or unintentionally hurt those, like towards the end. Also, thank you, Charles. I hope you take care. A character is number one, except Easties. Oh no, really? Oh, I mean ACAB, right? But take care, thank you. Yeah, it's just like it's a slippery slope of like how that works. And but what I was gonna say is like, I appreciate that like there's a lot of complex reasons and very good intentions that exist in Witch Hat. There's not like a mustache twirling villain in the background, and although I actually do believe that that will probably come to fruit eventually, is that we will see more of that while still kind of keeping in line with the perspective of children and like what it is that they see and how things are curated for them, or even in that curation, like still things slip in. But like I appreciate that that, like even as something as let's say Easties and Lelucy and probably the librarians, probably the stuff with the pact as well, is that I do think that there is a tangible, at least somewhat sensible direction for why they wanted to do it. There's some sort of need to make sure that people are kind of okay. And then there's people, the individuals and all sorts of people who also believe in it. They've been taught that, of course, this makes sense. Of course, this is not going to cause this big giant ripple effect that will hurt everybody. And like, maybe these are just necessary sacrifices. But I think like, like Witch Hat kind of mourns that in a lot of ways. It's not very happy, particularly happy with the problems of the system and like its class and how they give up and like are not being considerate. I mean, consideration and empathy and strength-based building and like assisting and helping, I think that's a big core of Witch Hat, which is that they want to see everybody taken care of, such as Tarda, such as Custis, and anybody who is being forgotten about. Everyone deserves magic. Everyone deserves to be happy, and it extends to animals. It extends to the sentimentality as early as the beginning of a Witch Hat, of a dragon, and making sure that like maybe they just had a good rest, that we don't actually have to fight this if we come together to come with a solution. Some things probably do take split-second reactions, and not everything is able to be planned out so easily, but like that's something I think Witch Hat does think about, is just timing and like the advantages and opportunities that you have. Like how do we make the most out of those for not just you and your own benefit, but like for everybody. And I think that's very important to Witch Hat, is that it's just like very kind all the time to pretty much everybody involved in it. Has anyone discussed how Brush Buddy is best buddy? He is pretty cool, I would say. He is pretty cool. Using the same pure water magic. Yeah, Leon. Plot twist, Egwene has a mustache under that mask. Oh, shoot. I didn't even think about that. Now, that's evil. Brush Buddy's obviously very cute, but I'll be honest, maybe this is like how everything ends for me. I don't really have too much to say about Brush Buddy. Brush Buddy is cute, and they are like a ferret You know, they're a little cat thing or whatever. It's like that's just what they are, you know. But yeah, I think that like is basically my takeaways is just that there's so many reasons why people believe what it is that they do, and I'm gonna take a page out of another story. But if you want to make a lie believable, it has to have truth in it, and I think Witch Hat definitely adheres to that with many of its its individuals of power, the three whys. There is some level of sense to it. But Witch Hat kind of spits at that a bit and says it's not enough. It's truly not enough, and it's exemplified by Coco and the girls. And I actually have like something that I can kind of say is like a little bit of a negative right now, but isn't actually totally a negative in terms of like what it is exactly doing. But there is a thing in Witch Hat where at times the girls kind of come off as if they are exceptional in terms of how it is that they're coming to the things that they are, that they are kind of figuring out these kind of simple concepts pretty fast in rapid succession, and it can maybe feel a little bit artificial and like it's adding to some sort of idealist drama of the kids just being super good at like figuring things out and like trying to put those lessons in there. But I think that, I'm going to argue with myself is that even though I think there's some degrees in which the kids definitely accelerate in terms of figuring things out, there is some tangible theming going on that connects to what we were talking about. And that is just like that people don't imagine enough. There is something in regards to education that with Keyfree and Alrugio in particular, and like their own backgrounds, they've been really encouraged in pretty much every way to extend happiness to pretty much everyone. No compromising on that. And, when you get to the edge of a Silver Eve's, like, city, after like, the leech and everybody disappears, there's this thing that the story is saying, which is even kids are smart enough and thoughtful enough and caring enough and passionate enough that really it's not truly profound what it is that these kids are doing. But if anything, their inventions and what they come up with is just born out of them trying and like kind of giving a shit. And I think that's like a really beautiful sentiment that I think still kind of works without like truly making them utterly exceptional or something, because like nobody ever in the narrative explicitly states, oh, this invention that you made, Coco, this is like totally brand new and like nothing but unique in every single way. Maybe in terms of like the lessons that happen, there probably was room to learn stuff more. Maybe you can kind of argue that curation of some sort doesn't lead entirely to those, and that just by thinking a little bit further, they can kind of invent things that is not necessarily new, but still meaningful because they kind of figured it out themselves. So it's not like I don't think like the story is genuinely every step of the way saying these kids are truly it in every single way. And it's like, no, I think that what is being fostered in their environment has nurtured and allowed for that growth to happen. And, just like Coco is exactly that idealist who was literally just like everybody else. And I think that matters like quite a lot to the story. It's constantly fighting it. That like Coco is the elephant in the room of any conversation that could exist of the exceptional one, because Coco, it was purely accident. In fact, like, Coco could have died. Coco should have died, and managed to escape only narrowly, and due to like the selfishness a bit on like Keyfree's part, there's a lot of really great drama, and there's like a lot of really great commentary that just narrowly escapes really awful pitfalls that just are normalized in most fiction in a really bad way. And I say that like really like loving many stories that can even kind of tiptoe in there. But I think Witch Hat does a really exceptional job at like just realizing that everybody is capable, and not only capable, but like, you know, it's worth us to treat them equally and to, you know, care about them. So I think that like that is like a huge strength when it comes to Witch Hat's like commentary and like how it's doing things without like again seeming too idealistic or too weird in certain spots. It's just been great. Also, I want to say this just because I thought of bringing it up. Oh my god! I read a bunch of material before I came on stream. I was just like basically trying to like, okay, let me meditate. Like, let me just unwrap everything that it is that's going on in my mind and like overview some of the material. I cried probably about like, I'm gonna say like maybe 3 times. Like, I think it was like 3 to 5 times I was crying just going through the material again and just being like, oh my god, I love this story way too much. I adore this story way too much, and it definitely feels differently now that like I can kind of just, you know, go through the material at like my own pace and like jump to moments that just like truly stand out to me. I have like took like a bunch of screenshots. Oh man, I got scared sometimes. Every time I reread Witch Hat, I'm like, is this where like it slips for me? Is this like, is there something that I was just like too focused on? Is it just gonna sour? But no, it doesn't. It never has soured once. Witch Hat has always kind of like maintained its spot ever since like probably chapter 40 of just like, wow, this is truly exceptional, you know? You know, even like everything with like, the second pentagram test, somewhere around there. Also, hi, Thomas. Great to see you. The girls are all given flaws and none of their solutions are always perfect, but the power of friendship solving everything does get a bit old after a while. There is like maybe like some level of repetition, but I never really had too much of a problem with that. Also, I don't even say it as like just power of friendship, but just like kind of power of love and caring, and like, and it's not so much power because it's like assisting this some sort of newfound energy. It's always, I think, doing a really great job at like understanding that self-management, that self-love, and like that, you know, personal care. There's so many times in Witch Hat where it's kind of like a really dense story, but it takes just enough time for all the characters to kind of unpack things and not be too overwhelming on any particular hopium aspect. Coco in particular is someone that gets unpacked and put back together and unpacked and put back together so many times during the story. It was something that the story was quite exceptional about over and over again. And, you know, I'll probably talk about this later. Maybe I'll talk about it now, but like, I'll just add that, like, you know, some people really didn't like the direction that chapter 94 and like 95 took, because it basically like jebaited them. It seems like Shirahama was really relishing in it too. Like she kind of did a little bit of trolling where, you know, Coco leaves in like chapter 93. But then, you know, she's kind of like put back together. She actually left a note, but it was like messy and nobody found it. And like, that's like, you know, like people genuinely thought that Coco was going to go and probably be like a brimmed cap or something, or like that despite everything that they were touched by and felt and loved, they still wanted to be distanced. And I do think it matters that, like, you know, Kifri was there to comfort her and like still kind of ground her in a way. And maybe there's like an alternative universe where like Kiefer doesn't show up and doesn't find her, and her conclusion is a lot more different. And even with that in mind, I don't necessarily get the impression that Coco is just totally renewed. She's a phoenix reborn, and she's just going to be like totally fine and like going from here. It's going to be okay. No, I get the impression that Coco is still very strong-willed and going through a lot of unpacking and still feels very conflicted probably with Kiefer. But that's like kind of the beauty of their relationship, is that they can kind of tug back and forth between loving and just on edge. I imagine that the next steps in the story, maybe I guess to add a little prediction, is just I wouldn't be surprised that Coco does eventually go that way. And I think it's kind of sensible, at least like right now, that like we're still in that, you know? Also super funny how chapter 93 is out now, so technically you're not caught up. Oh shush. I know. But how can a story that's been going on for 10 years never drag even once? It's crazy. I think about that a lot, Aline, is that like Witch Hat is incredible. Like I want to see how you guys feel, because I think all of you probably have come into Witch Hat differently at different times, at different stages of your life, at different moments where you had to wait. You guys know when I caught up, and I'm like right after one of the biggest capitulations in the story, which is everything to do with Silverwood. And it's not even like fully done, one, but like two, you know, like there's all this buildup with Kiefer and Ollie and the Eye and everything that has been like drenched in mystery and just unknowns and not sures when it comes to Kiefer and Ollie, and now it's kind of done. But I do think about this a lot, is that what would I feel if I was reading Witch Hat Atelier and I had to wait monthly for, you know, let's say, you know, 40 months, like to get to like 93, you know what I mean? Like 43 months. How would I feel about the pacing as a person who's sitting here and just being like, okay, let's get into the next part? It would probably feel very differently. and I think that like it's easy to recontextualize that, because once you binge Witch Hat Atelier, and you know, I've had people tell me that just like, oh, your pacing is like so snail pace or something, even though I think, you know, I was reading it weekly, like at least like a 2 chapters, a bare minimum. It was 2 chapters, sometimes 5, sometimes whatever. And I'm just thinking, I'm like, yo, that would feel so weird if I had to wait a month more, like every single month, for the next part of like the Silver Eve section. It's like I probably would be a bit restless. I there's some part of me that goes, I'd probably be a bit restless waiting for certain things to happen. So you know, I'm sure that I'm not going to really feel that too much with the content of the story and what it's been able to pay off and confirm to me in terms of like showing its teeth and all the political aspects and payoffs that it's willing to like throw more onto the table. Its scope is just getting bigger and better. So I just have a lot of faith in it. But like at one point, would I not have faith in the story nearly as much? Or when is my expectations going to get too big? I try not to have too many expectations, but it does happen when you're, you know, reading one chapter and you're like, oh, but what of all these things? What about that? And I just think that is such a strength on Shirahama, that she has committed to something for 10 years, way longer, that's going to go on from here. 10 years of work, 10 years of effort and making callbacks. Like, I'm sure many of you guys who have reread it and been reading with me have noticed the parallel visuals that is not so obvious as like background noise, but there's like literal framings that call back to one another just by how they're paneled or just by how they're drawn. And they all are like trying to make parallels and connections to chapters like, that she probably would have wrote 9 years ago. It's like, there's something you have to do. There's some level of immersion and restraint and patience that you have to have for yourself as a writer to be able to like pull off for 10 years a consistently well-paced, organically, naturally paced story. And I think that's like just incredible. I think that's like really impressive and just, my God, scary too. Like 10 years, you're like, yeah, in 10 years, I'll pay off this one thing. Are you crazy? Oh, but I mean, that's, I don't know. That's beautiful to me. I mean, like, that's like dripping water, it's the dripping water that breaks a boulder, you know what I mean? And everything is just so meticulous. Everything is so well drawn. Oh my God. It's been just amazing to be able to see that. But yeah, anyway, like I can't get over it. I think it's perfect time to get into Witch Hat. With Silver arc ending, you get a sense of closure with like a few chapters to tease the next arc. Yeah, I agree. And the anime is out right now too. I think it's just like such a good time to bridge old fans with new ones who like have a lot of like knowledge on the story so far. It's so exciting to get people into it, and there's just like so much content that you can still love and feel that is just perfect for the amount that we have. But that's a long-term game that like I think Shirahama is really paid off on. And I don't want to be misconstrued that none of the content was good to begin with. And I think it's pretty obvious, maybe redundant coming from me and how I've read live. You can watch all of my read through, I think that like, a lot of the material was great and amazing. And, I've broken down and like talked so many times. There's things that I've gone back to that I realized was so much better than I even like assumed. It's been really good content as it's been going on, but I think right now it has the biggest, density and just meat to like really hook in so many more people that maybe wasn't as like on board when like it first started and potential maxing the story, but now is like, oh well, duh, like all of this stuff like really paid off later. Gosh, it's just crazy. Oh man, it's I think it's just a real amazing strength that like this story has been able to undergo. And I would sympathize with people who maybe feel differently to it when they were reading monthly for how many, like for those 10 years, maybe it would feel different. But as of right now, I've been able to like, just like bask in 10 years of hard work in just such a great way. She had like planning it for years and years before even the first chapter too. I'm sure. And I want to, Celine, I agree that like it does come off like, even as like early as like showing off Silverwood, that there's plenty of things that just feel wrapped up and like she knew where to go. But you can kind of feel it a little bit early on that she didn't know exactly how she wanted to portray Keyfree, where exactly Keyfree would go. And that's not a negative. That's not a weakness at all. I think any writer knows, any talented writer that I know, is that you have to work on your feet and you have to like just go with the flow. If you want to have a really amazing characters, you can't ask yourself what you would do. You would have to ask, what would this character do? And it takes like, that may sound like a lot of mental gymnastics because yes, ultimately everything comes from like one mind, but the power of empathy and like connections that you build in and like people that and types of alternative versions, the what if scenarios, the way that you can kind of think of your own time travel. Like if you've ever had a mistake in your life where you said, I messed up this like one thing, what would happen if I didn't do that? Or what if I just it made this friend instead of this friend. I think it's just a very human thing, and it's just like a power that like humans hold of just being able to connect and relate. And I think that like if you want to be a good writer, at least in my opinion, is that we don't need to romanticize this like perfect 100-year plan. It's like, oh yeah, like everything from the very start was just 100% the exact same. No, like it's okay. Like you give yourself wiggle room, give yourself time to flesh those things out. I mean, the whole point of magic is concealing, is it not? I think that, under the cloth of Shirahama's writing, she's been able to conceal probably all the times that she's doubted where to go with the story, all the times that she wasn't sure, all the practice, all the stress that probably has come with it. And I'm sure that she seems to have a great head on her shoulders. She seems like to be a very full of life person. I'm not trying to get like parasocial. I just like in terms of her outward personality, she's been able to kind of showcase that pretty well. But I wouldn't be surprised that like, given that so many things in like her life have probably been stressful for 10 years, of making anything. And so I just think that like she's marked and covered her tracks about any kind of changes that she's made pretty damn well. And whether it was planned or not, what we can say is that Witch Hat Atelier is incredibly cohesive, and it just shows the immersion that that Shirahama has with Witch Hat Atelier, is that like most things just blatantly make sense. And it's great. It's just awesome. It's just really, really strong that like the story has been able to pull that off. And, for examples, I'll show this off, like, to not just kind of blow smoke, but like, think of like amazing writers like, like George R.R. Martin, like it's one thing to have books out, but it's another thing to, how long it took years and years of rewrite, of changing things and stuff like that, to then decide if you wanted to put it out or not. And even then you're going to be like, oh, I don't know if I was entirely happy with that. It happens. It happens with something that you have to do in this, like, you can't just like sit on a baby for like 10 years. You have to kind of let it out. So yeah, I think it's like really good. And, even before, I just think, gosh, it's just been like really great to see like that level of like dedication and commitment and long-term planning that Shirahama has been able to kind of keep intact for the most part. Yeah, it's great. And I think like one really cool thing about magic, at least in terms of like how Witch Hat portrays it, is that like, like magic is not necessarily a fix for everything. I don't get the impression that by the end of the story that magic is a fix for all. And if anything, I get the impression that like magic has a lot of drawbacks or, consequences that it's not necessarily thinking about or, ignoring, which is like a big part of the story, is ignoring and not caring. But like, is that like, I get the impression that like, it won't fix everything in the system, but I get the impression that whatever kind of way Shirahama goes, because I'm not sure if she wants to say like, we need to kind of keep some things intact and like, those just are down to individuals. I don't know if she is going to end up being like, yeah, this is just one thing that needed to be fixed and now it's good. I don't know what she thinks. Like it needs total reform. I don't know if I wouldn't be surprised that she goes on the edge of reforming. I don't know if she'll want to like think about more things in close to like revolution of some sort, not necessarily like the exact revolution that maybe other people think of, but something like that. I imagine that it will probably involve some sort of defiance or conflict with maybe the librarians or whoever. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to go, but I do think that like ultimately it's going to come down to the people. In Witch Hat's story, it's going to come down to everyone, and Shirahama has done a lot of work to humanize and make people feel special, and that anybody could feel special in Witch Hat Atelier. I mean, that was one of the biggest surprises for me was Custis being given as much light as he did. Like we made jokes about it. I was grit my teeth when I have to tell people Custis is like just a Scrimblow character. Because like I really did think that when I first saw it. When I first saw that scenario, I was like, wow, I just love that Shirahama is humanizing these random people. And that's something that she's never skimped out on. She's showcased and staged so many little characters so organically, drawn them so purposefully and lovingly. Oh my God. The way that Shirahama draws people, there is such a deep dedication to in just showcase of her love for faces and all sorts of body types and profiles. Like you can really feel that, and it reminds me a lot of Ryoku Kui from Dungeon Meshi. I tend to like that Dungeon Meshi has so many round shapes and so many really cool angles of character. There's a lot of the witches are all kind of very beautiful, slender type. But there is also still a lot of distinctions that are great and incredibly appealing and interesting. But I think it's just really great that Shirahama draws so many people so well. I think that is something that will probably fall in line with her other sentimentality of caring about people and making sure people are okay. So, she said that she surprised herself even with the things she did. That's awesome, Barking Worms. I mean, look, that's just the reality of it. People just want to think that the best storytellers just have everything from the start and all they have to do is draw it. It's no. Things change all the time. You can't be married to no change. That's just how it is, How are you going to write a story about change if you don't allow yourself to change? You know what I mean? I wasn't saying that she had the whole story had befores. You were saying how she's doing this for 10 years. I was adding, no, don't worry, Celine. I wasn't I was not trying to belittle that. It was just an opportunity to mention something that I think is good to bring up. I wasn't trying to put you on a stake and burn it. Speaking of, I also saw people theorizing Kifri would end up blind by the end of the series, which I totally see happening. I've seen, I don't know necessarily if I want to go into the predictions too much, but maybe I'll leave that for later. But yeah, I've seen people make a lot of assumptions about where Kifri will go, and we'll talk about it in a bit. But yeah, I mean, that is the fun of the story, is that it has so much potential, and we've talked about it before. Witch Hat has the ability to go on for another 10 years, and I would be fine with that. I would be elated. So I'm more than okay. Sheer drama draws everyone to look not like people, not just characters. Yeah, for sure. And not that there's anything wrong with characters who are incredibly distinct and imaginative and weird. Obviously there's so many ways to write a story. But yeah, definitely people. People is definitely the focus of Shirahama. Yes, one of my favorite aspects of Witch Hat is not every single character is drawn so that they can be a main character. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. I love the old fairy tale book style drawings. Yeah, Celine. And I think a really cool thing that shows in Shirahama's art is that she has almost a Renaissance style of drawing. She has a clear education on old styles in literature, especially with how she draws hands. If you look at the ways in which I was talking to Waver about this, but he they were saying that basically You can tell that like with the way that like Coco will hunch over, that it's just like old style paintings, that like we're trying to convey so much about a person and like the struggle that they go through. There's a lot of like just old techniques that Shirahama like utilizes in this story that just like in a modern manga, you know, and it's great. Just really fantastic framing and just emotion portrayed in like, oh, you know, like here's one that's like so archaic and purposely so, is the image of Coco drawing with the giant pen, you know, and like her tattered clothes, and like she's like almost leaning against it as she's like trying to forge a new future. That is I don't even know exactly what era that would be, but like you can feel it. That is an old drawing just brought to life in the modern day, you know? My favorite parts of her live tweeting is like, why did they do that? I've been seeing that a lot. I think, what was it, guys? Shirama said something like, why did Kifri drown? Like, it's like I don't know what she's doing. Like, she keeps saying that. She's like confused that he drowned. I don't know what's going on there, but my favorite theories right now would be spoilers for you, so I'm holding back. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess spoilers because 97, right? Yeah. With how much respect Shirama is given for, people with disabilities, I doubt any disabled characters will magically cured of their disability, made undisabled by the end of the story. Yeah, definitely. I don't get the impression that that is all just going to be like wash over. I don't get the impression that Shirahama is going to write a story where every single solution is just magically fixed. You know, pun intended. But I do think that like workarounds and care and consideration and understanding one's limits will always be on the table and nobody will be excluded. I get that impression very much. Yeah, a gesture fetishist. We talked about that before. Definitely, for sure. Portraying children's struggles. Yeah, Sana. We've talked about that a lot. Let's go into it. I think Witch Hat has some of my favorite portrayals of just characters that are children. I have a real soft spot for like if you wanted to ask like my favorite characters portrayed as like children in stories, Gon and Killua, Maria from Umineko, Momo from Sangatsu no Lion, Hina, I guess, like, being like kind of like a young teen. And then I think like, yeah, those would be like a bulk of like some of my favorites. I think that like Coco, Agat, Tatia, Riche are some of my absolute favorites already. Like just fine. Just completely, easily, just organic, thoughtful, complex, incredibly emotional, incredibly thoughtful, just as goofy, just as energetic as what people think is kids, and just still like given so much respect and thought. And I think that's like, again, just another show of Shirahama just being such a considerate person, not just like really wanting to wag her finger at people, but just to really empathize with literally anybody. There's nobody in this story that does not feel like they're not trying to be understood. And again, I think that's the strength of a lot of, like, quite frankly, female writers, is that they're incredibly good at that. And that's not to exclude, I'm not trying to put people into boxes, just more or less observing, like, maybe in terms of our system, where men are kind of discouraged to kind of think about the emotionality and like the relatability of those kind of things. Well, women can kind of be a bit more keyed into knowing how psychologically people feel. In fact, a lot of the psychological fields kind of aimed at women who were really good at like explaining themselves and sharing how they felt, a lot better than men were, who were kind of discouraged to do so. So I'm not trying to make any sort of crazy statement on Well, women, there's something about it. There's a lot of like reasons why. But like, yeah, a lot of ladies are just very good at it. And I feel Shirahama reflects that, is that, just being thoughtful and caring is just something that she's honed herself on. As much as she's honed her craft, you can tell that Witch Hat Atelier is a story honing its craft based off of the ability to create empathy with others. It's incredibly married to what it is that she does, I think. And like a lot of art can be, but I really think that she like excels at that. The story has been starkly against solving disabilities through magic so far. She always goes on to her way to find like accommodations for disability instead. Yeah, and then there's also it's hard to know, because like I think that there's things that like the story is saying with this kind of like system, that it acknowledges that there's still a lot of mysteries about some stuff being forbidden and some stuff not being forbidden, and that like ultimately there is things we actually could do to prevent those disabilities, or like prevent like further harm, and even when they are harmed, that like they are not broken toys or something in the system. Again, I think it rides a really great balance of like restrictions that are clearly like against the people, and like not really understanding that this actually would be incredibly helpful to everyday people, and people with particular struggles, and understanding them and realizing their limitations, and then also trying to find fixes for them in any way they possibly can. I think it's like a really great strength that like Witch Hat is able to do, and there's still so many questions about it that just great and falls in line with curiosity and like wanting to know more, and just when are you like kind of jumping in on something that's just a little bit too different for the sake of bitterness towards another thing. The brimmed caps, for example, because, and you guys have experienced my entire story with like Witch Hat. I have glazed the brimmed hats. I think that they're incredibly interesting. They're an awesome element to the story. They're kind of portrayed as like maybe the only radicals, aside from like people who like aren't as outspoken of like the story. And I would say that I'm not necessarily the happiest that the brim caps are the only faction that I've been able to say, oh, here's our radical faction, except for maybe like Ramanon. I'm really curious about like more of the information and the stuff that's going on with the brims. They're incredibly fucked up in what it is that they're doing, and I think that there is like a really cool commentary about like how they very much mean well, actually, and what it is that they're understanding, and like the limitations of things, and like understanding that technology, because like that is what like art represents, is technology. It represents industry, it represents education, represents automation, it represents so many things in the story that for the brims, they feel like magic hasn't gone further enough, and they seem to slip into like really dangerous kind of like scenarios. I mean, they're putting bombs on babies. That's pretty fucked up. Like, there's no way to get around that. And they just seem to have like their own sense of idealism in regards to wanting to change the system. So there's like quite a lot of like things that's very weird. They want to like get Coco, a child of hope from like Egwene. There's something going on there, and we've discussed it before. I don't think Coco was the only child of hope or whatever. And it seems to be Egwene's project in particular. But there's just like all this like risk reward that they keep doing. They're kind of like senseless at times, but somewhat sensible. There's a bit of twistedness, and they have like some ethos that clearly has very tangible struggles with that which the society it rots and makes issue of. And I think ultimately the brim caps don't exist in this story as a way to showcase why the pointed caps are particularly the best, which the story very much could accidentally do that, depending on execution and whatever. But I do think that like it does a great job by like showcasing some of the dangers of their thought process, and then showcasing how not so different it can be from pointed caps at times. And I think slowly and surely we've been able to see that the pointed caps and the brim caps are really not that far off. And yeah, absolutist is a great word. The pointed caps don't differentiate between radical faction of the brim caps and the brim caps as an umbrella term for the people who do forbidden magic. Yeah. They have a very absolutist view. Yeah. The brim caps are interesting, and they're a bit kind of unmaintained. They're a bit unruly at times too. Just a bit random, like especially with Anenia. It seems like they were able to like kind of make a teaching lesson with Anenia, saying that your spell wasn't very good, but like clearly not chastising them enough, using other people's bodies as like a lesson and stuff like that. Really fucked up. There's just like a lot of interesting stuff going on there, but I think that Witch Hat, if I had to take a guess, is that Witch Hat really wants a third solution in its mind, at least in terms of this quote balancing act, which is not so clear cut and dry almost ever. It's not like light dark, light versus dark, only light versus dark, in the most just sterile terms possible. The story definitely indulges in just being manga, especially dark, light and dark, literally as its palette, as its contrast of things. That is an incredibly important part of the story, is that like it's like, light dark, and how the bridge is not really that far off, or potentially they're kind of the same. They mix together so many times. But I think like ultimately I think the third solution that's like showcased at the tower is really like what Coco embodies, is the next thing, the next solution. And I think that's just so much more important to the story, that there's multiple ways of figuring this out, and there's not going to be just one particular way. In fact, it seems to me that like a good balance that I think Witch Hat is going to strike is forbidden but not so forbidden, or the conversation of something that wasn't forbidden but that could be identified as forbidden depending on who greenlights it or not. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to include that into the story, and I feel it a lot. Yeah, let me read a little bit of your comments. Yeah, I agree, Leon. Gon and Killua are amazing. Like, I think that's like one of Togashi's strength, is writing like just characters at times, just really fantastic. Bellary compared to Custis, for example, got his like cool flying seal chair and is always being taken care of, while Custis has to play for hospital bills to survive. Yeah, Ruby, and let me just throw this in because like I've read it now. There's this aspect of like currency that I'm glad that exists in Witch Hat. It felt a little bit silent for a bit, but there's this moment I think early into the story where I think it's like after 40, maybe 41 to maybe 2. I think it's 42, where Kefri goes out and is immediately grabbed by the hospital people, the medical staff, and being taken care of immediately, just boom, whoosh. And you can tell that the reason that they did that is because Kefri can also afford it. And there's also lines about Custis being able to not afford care a little bit later, of being unable to like meet ends for medical, and still having to fight for survival of any sort of living conditions. Like, it seems like nobody really has, like, access to food, water, and you can tell that magic would make that so much easier for them, especially if they were being taken care of instead of being like thrown out onto the streets. And yeah, it's a bit like it's played up for like a gag with like Kefri, but it kind of makes you uncomfortable when you see the full picture. Eggendale talks about like hospital like bills and stuff like that, and he's like way more well off than like the average person. It's kind of messed up. Yeah, and I want a third party Ruby. I so badly want other factions in Witch Hat. If you want to know not a criticism, but a just potential for me, because this is going to relate to other things I'm going to say later, add in another faction, please. Please add in other wheels, like there's already like bandit groups that like messed with the common people, such as Dagda. Give me stuff like that, like genuinely, like let me in on some of these like factions that got away with things and are still kind of slippery. I'm a bit surprised that the brimmed hats are maybe the only ones, and they're only known by the pointed so far. So I'm very curious how that's gonna go. But I would love to see that expanded. I just think it would help the world quite a lot. And the conversation of power, I think, it would expand it more than the story has already managed to expand it, mind you. It's not like, oh, there's just not enough voices about the relationship of power. How else are we going to be able to talk about it? There's plenty of characters that talk about it, and it's not, I'm not talking about it as that, like, but I do think it adds a lot to the scope and the depth of the world if you're able to have more kind of conflicts that is not born out of this one exceptional group that is. So yeah, I would really like to see that. The pointed caps and brims both use magic in a way towards others that violates bodily autonomy. Yeah, like they lobotomize people, and then, oh gosh, I'm so excited. Man, okay, I'll leave it. But yeah, they 100% lobotomize and like, mess with people's bodies, and like there's a slippery slope of what is permissible and what isn't all the time in Witch Hat, and it's all you have to do is question it, and then you realize that the story is going to question it quite a little later. What scares me the most is what's going to happen with the pact. Will magic become more accessible? Will it stay as it is? I hope we'll have more lore on how the pact came to be. We will, Sana. I don't doubt that will come to fruition at all. It has to. I would be confused if not. Like, how did the lore come to be? Because if anything, I get the impression that the pact is a result of propaganda. There's one thing that there's one thing that like that's the quote lore of the story, but as we saw with like Silver Eve in the tale of like the Silverwood and the maiden and the stars and the boat, is that it's kind of twisted and also not fully accentuating everything that has gone on in someone's life. The falling in love seems so much more darker now, knowing that it's a parasitic blood relating to comfort of reading people's emotions. It's quite disturbing, quite frankly. It's kind of I don't even know what to say. Like, it just makes me unwell. The amount of basically lying, like I want to relate this to something, but basically taking like a fairy tale, and fairy tales are often like, from dark past and dark history, and they're just supposed to be like interpreted by the eye as like good or bad depending on how you twist it, which also by the way relates to education. I mean, I think one of the most pointed parts of the story is just like how you frame things to people. And I'm sure all of you here have probably thought about what would have happened if Coco and Tarda and Kefri took Custis and tried to teach Custis how to do magic, but did it productively, instead of with Anenia, there was so much more bitterness, and the spell that she made sucked, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think about that all the time now. I'm just like, that's such a amazing cook of the story, is, again, it just relating to knowledge and education. It's problem solving and how you solve it. Oh my god. I love it so much. What scares me I completely agree. Dagda was only attacked to begin with because of his lack of money. Exactly. He had nothing else it was that he was supposed to do, and I don't think the story has ever gone out of its way to criticize Dagda for that. But it adds so much to the world, doesn't it? Barking is that, like, there's people who seem to be wronged by Dagda, and, you know, taking on this like mercenary role, and how it is that they were also seemingly struggling, but also cruel. The whole, they basically allude to this and then confirm it with Lelousi, but there's a, you know, there's, what is it called? There's trafficking, you know, that saying that Custis would sell for a good price. It just, like, it's an encounter in the story very early on that really shows the disgusting parts of the society that are all products of incredibly fucked up circumstances by how it's run. So yeah, it really, really fucked up. And gosh, I'm so curious about like that, and just, you know, none of these people, just all money and everything. It's so gross. Like a different language of magic. Yeah. See if magic is used in other cultures. I'm so curious. I mean, because Tatia has that line about wanting to travel the world and hear thank you in every other language. That's like one of the little things that people don't think about, is that other languages. This world is massive in Witch Hat. You have to wonder like what it extends to, and like what sort of small section of Witch Hat are we only seeing, even regardless of the bigger scope that we can think of just this place, this country. It's so much bigger than we know. Lack of healthcare. Yeah, died twice to lack of healthcare. Gosh, oh man, Dagda. Oh god, I'm gonna cry. I would love to see more of like the topic of autonomy we see in the story. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it seems like more and more that, like, you know, Witch Hat's answer to autonomy is definitely context. That seems to be very baked into it. Personal theory in the pact is not what we think it is. Yeah, basically that's like kind of like the takeaway overall for me. Shirama actually mentioned in a Q&A that there are other forms of casting magic outside of drawing magic. Really? Like, I mean, like calligraphy? What? Oh god, that's, what would be another one? Water? The shape of the world itself? God, I have no idea, because I think about this a lot. That makes me think of the pentagram that exists in Witch Hat society. Oh my god, I don't know. You got my brain worms going just because of that. I think I've been trying to like decode if Ollie and Kiefer's pact is a microcosm of what the pact is about. Kinda. I kind of get like a conversation of the pact. I think that's like one of the earliest parts of the story is talking about like what the pact represents, and that it's okay to lie, and oh god, just like everything that has to do with like surviving and what is okay and what isn't okay, especially the relationship that they have together. Man, oh my god. I hope we explore that in the next arc, as it seems the girls are going to the islands. Yeah, I don't know. The dragon pass thing, it's very much on the table, but I'm really not sure, Aline, but I would love to see it. Oh, and how the dragon stuff would be recontextualized going forth. Oh, I can't imagine it. Creating spells through dance or magic. Dance as well. Wow. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I wonder if that still relates to wood crewer in that way then? Not just like by hand, but like you draw with your feet as like Kefri did with like the Serpent Back Cave. Or was it Serpent Back? I might be getting my things mixed up, but he definitely drew with his feet at some point. I'm so curious to see how the world will change now that the non-witches have seen. Yes. God. I think that's like one of my favorite aspects, by the way, is that when we got into like further of witch society, the one thing that I really appreciated that Witch Hat did is make up a lie and then show you how bullshit it was in the same arc. Where they talk about like the power balance that is being struck between those who can't and cannot with Dean Roldy and Beldery. The two, two old men who are into each other and they immediately throw that out of the window, showcasing that magic indeed is in the lion's share. As fucked up as Eggingdale was, he does have truth to the matter, is that like they really have been like showcasing a problem. He basically unmasked the thing that Beldery and Dean are like, well, Beldery especially is unable to say, the lie that we have to commit to maintain balance and the slippery slopes that they're so worried about. Like, people make fun of Aesthees for seeing the kid, seeing Coco and thinking this is the end of the world. It's very funny, but like, it's not that far off. He is a product of all the society basically talking that way. And as kind as Ollie and Kefri are, they repeat those sentiments somewhat similarly at times. So it's like, God, I mean, there's so much in regard to how magic clearly is like outweighing the scales of society, and they really have control over most things, and they act like they don't have control when they very clearly do. The falsehood of freedom that exists in the world, or fairness that exists in the world, has become so evidently demasked, basically. And I think that is so juicy, so ripe for commentary. Yeah, the feat was drawn at Ramadan. Thank you, Thomas, against Sazaran. Right. Genuinely, why haven't the Brim taken over the world? Like, there's something up. Why did Anenia go out of her way to, instead of just revealing the secret on stage? There's a lot of conflict, and there's a lot of like unknowns of like, if they're able to just kind of forbidden magic it up, it seems like they just don't go through with it. There's this thing again, and I think this has to do with some of the goodwill, the contradictions that exist in the Brimmed Hats, because I don't think that they're just trying to, they are definitely like relating to some sort of anarchy. But I do think that like they also mean well, and they want to educate people on like building up their forces or something, and to like do more damage with that. There's something that is like probably power blocking them for sure, but it's not entirely clear quite yet. If it's just that, it probably is. And then more so how they want like people to figure it out themselves. You see how pissed off Egwene is for not getting Coco to do what it is that they wanted. And you see like how pissed off it makes Custis, who represents some of that brimmed cat mentality at that point. At least probably a microcosm of it, of I need to hear you say it, that I'm not wrong, there's something there, the confirmation, the wanting to know. I think it's very much there. Yes, because she grew up outside of all those rules. She is more free and is likely to bend them. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing that like Aesthete is mostly taking away, is that like this is way too dangerous, you know? But yeah, it's really, really good. It's like there's just a lot of great questions to exist. And yeah, I think that like that the way that is so evidently shown is with like Dean bowing. Oh my God. Dean is such a great character because he's kind of like a monarch who feels a little like almost typical fantasy-esque, where he's just like, he's the monarch who means very well. He's trying. He's almost seems like a Lord of the Rings character. And he goes in and then he realizes right away, and that striking suspicion at him has always been in the back of his mind, which is why he does work so hard. It is kind of selfish in a way, but like he works so hard for the benefit of others in the way that he does while still adhering to being a monarch, which, you know, monarch is just screwed. But in his own way, he goes, no, I have to try. I have to showcase that I matter too in the stage of where witches could probably do something. He's trying to compete so much. He's trying to compete so badly. And as soon as he realizes that they won, he just gets pissed off. And the first thing he does is not mask a single moment of it and just kneels before Beldary. Oh my God. It's just so aura, man. It's so goddamn good. Amazing stuff. I really love it. I love that stuff so much. Also, thank you, Alcor. I hope you take care. I'd love to know more about Resties. Resties, yeah, a lot of potential with Resties in the original plan. Interesting. God, oh, that is so good. Yeah, so I'm gonna say, oh gosh, I don't want to like skimp on everything. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I'll probably then follow up with negative. So I want you guys to kind of like lock in for this section. So my thing is that I think that like for all the things that I've glazed already, I think Witch Hat Atelier is really good at showcasing different kinds of people, different kinds of representation, little sprinkles of discrimination, and that is all shown through the subtext and text of their society, is that there's clearly divisions and problems with the way that it's done. The clear apathy, the clear ignorance, and you know, it's showcased by the kids so easily being able to figure out solutions when they are not the most exceptional children of all time. There is no, you know, immediately in the story, it removes blood inheritance. The librarian's place, it has so much potential. And the three Ys, for example, there's clearly things with the three Ys where I love that they almost act as celebrities. They aren't even really the true power of the world. They're just kind of like a figurehead with clearly some semblance of power, but not complete control. Because like so easily was Eggendale able to be like removed from the seat of power. So easy was it for someone else to come in, like Lagra, who is incredibly starstruck by the things Beldary does. And Beldary and Vinana, who've been there for a while, still have their impulsive and biased, sentimentalities, where Beldary is easily swept up by the kid, but clearly is like a problem. Is fun-loving as he is, as sentimental, understanding as he is. You know, you actually have like quite a lot of representation. Like Lagra is representation, Vinana is, Beldary, and they all do that very well. But it's like, if I had any criticisms towards the story of stuff that clearly has unrest and problems and all sorts of issues to be mined out of it so easily. The way that it's showcased disabilities, and I think it's Kiefer's line of no accommodations, a world without accommodations for those people. The central and cruel ways in which they lobotomize people and, strip them of everything. I mean, like, if you think of Coco losing her mother, think about Coco losing her mother and then her memory to this entire event. She would be aimless. Where is she going to go? The society clearly doesn't have fill-ins for someone like Coco if that was to happen to her. If Kiefer wasn't the one taking the selfish route, and the somewhat empathetic route for her, what would have happened to her? She would have been left alone. She would have been like without a home, possibly. It would have been terrible. Like the entire village probably would have to mind wipe, or they would have had to remove Coco completely from there. It's incredibly fucked up, and like it reveals so much of how they've been able to hide things because of this ability to manipulate memory, which I very much assume is going to probably be large scale. And not only are they able to do that like they did on the city, which indicates the strength and size that a spell can take on, but I imagine it goes much further and even more fucked up, especially if they're using blood magic, like secretly or forbidden, like for the exceptional higher class. And there is indeed a higher class in the society that is quite selfish and clearly just, it exists because of this discrimination. That being said, what I would like from Witch Hat going forward is I would love for there to be more malevolence and more cruelty. And I know that when I say that, some people may think that like, well, what, there's just like this not enough. It's like, no, I completely think that this is enough. And I think that like the story definitely showcases just more than enough material to make people feel isolated, alone, and terrible, and just, oh god, everything with Lucy, everything with Tarda, what happens with Custis and this entire village, and not caring about them. I think one of the most beautiful things that Witch Hat also pays off is how Coco wants to do something that's so selfless, such as give everybody water as long as like they kind of work hard at it, but then like that isn't taking them into account as nearly as much, and then it turns into automation. And like I think that's an incredibly mature thing to talk about, is that running water, automated running water in cleanliness, be preserved and like fought for, is incredibly thoughtful. And obviously like in nowadays standards that's like quite simple, but that sentimentality of making things easier for everybody is the core of taking something that's so simple and then saying, wow, they didn't have running water. Like that, unpacking that almost kind of like, because it is like in a different setting, it kind of works backwards a bit, that there is a lot of cost with them not even having access to that, and just being dumped into the slums. But I do think that like there's just a lot of aspects where there needs to be just a bit more sadisticness for as implicit and complicit in the system as the three Ys are. They seemingly don't represent everything in the system nearly enough. They all mean very well, and I think that's, again, I said that is like quite a strength. I don't want them to be mustache twirlers, but a lot of like fascism and imperialism that like I feel like the story was like at least nodding at, especially in regards to Ramanan. Ramanan is like one of the most fucked up parts of the story, and it's before the pact. And like these divisions exist not just because of, how do I say this? Not because like, how do I say it? Gosh, it's kind of like hard for me. It's not just blatant negligence. Like Witch Hat kind of portrays most of its conflicts as negligence, except for Eggendale. I think Eggendale is clearly like someone who is like implying that there is a much more disgusting part of society. But like, there's something in power imbalances, and the reason why they exist is because they do kind of extend to wanting to flaunt that power. I would love to see more versions of sick and perverse exercises in power. In medieval fantasy, people aren't just like Dean, where like they're incredibly courageous and heroic, but people who are sickened by others, like, those are the types of like monarchs that like exist in our history. They like, just by them putting them in their place so that they can like contrast, they're the bullies of the world. A reason why power imbalance is the power imbalance exists in history is to feel power, not just to have it and have control. It's made by equality. You cut off someone's head because you can arbitrarily get excited by the betterment in your competition as someone who could do that. I think Eggendale talks about that as like how easy it is for him to kill, but he feels so much more isolated in a way when we haven't been able to see more versions of that quite yet. And I do emphasize quite yet. But like you blood splatter and like you want to see it because like it has an interesting color. You want to scare their family. Like I think it was like George R. R. Martin who talked about like Disney fantasy, where like there's a spunky kid who goes up to the monarchs and then like tells them off. But like in reality, that kid would have their their tongue cut out or treated like trash and legs cut off, something like that. It was very just brutal, and a lot of it is just stroke your own ego. It's manipulation and feeling betterment. You believe that these people are lesser than you for a reason, something to do with their blood, something to do with their face. That is discrimination at its like entire core. In the rings in Witch Hat society that practice, like, I wouldn't be surprised. There has to be practices in rings where certain individuals can get away with forbidden magic. Like, we know that erasing memories is functionally killing someone in this society, even so effortlessly separating them from their loved ones. We know that first time I've heard of forbidden magic is also consequence of Pointed Hat society always sweeping it up and hiding it. Like when people think about like kind of like fascism and imperialism and power division, they tend to think about like austerity only. They think that like it's also just authoritarian, it's just control, which is like incredibly inaccurate. A lot of like it is just all these like made up lies about like how you're better or like why they would not be good, and just the reasons that like you need to protect your family, all the individual and exceptional ways in which they feel about themselves. There's so much of it that I would love to see Witch Hat go further with, and I want to preface this right now, or rather actually rephrase this, is that I think Witch Hat has nothing but potential to do that. I mean, God, like, if you want to know my highest potential by far in the story is one, the librarians, period. And then like, who they accentuate like a god and like the discrimination and the dull child and all sorts of like elitism and exceptionalism. But then there's like also Prison Island, which we know that every single person that exists in Witch Hat, when they are told that like their memories are going to get erased and they're going to be sent to like the prison island, all of them lose it because they know they never return. that is ripe for slave labor. It's ripe for abuse and just like, taking advantage of them. Like there's probably a good reason why they can just kind of erase people's memories and then go chuck them there. And like, they don't have to really do kills like, the police or anything most of the time. They can kind of like exercise labor out of them and resources. And then again, do all the things that I said. Prison Island is just like, holy shit. And now knowing how like Silverwood exists, how memories can be arbitrarily erased, by the way, that was confirmed with Aesthese, is that like you can essentially abuse in mind wipe in any way you possibly want. Love for magic, your entire history, your entire like your identity, everything about you is like just absolutely kaput. How easy would it be to comfort, quote unquote, comfort someone if you just erase their mind? Absolutely sickening implications exist in this world for like how it's constructed. And it's just disturbing. It's just disturbing to imagine that for the discrimination that exists in this story. Oh my God, I cannot, it has nothing but that idea. And like in most like medieval fantasy or like most fantasy that I've experienced, most prison islands are not very good. Most of them are pretty fucked up. I do wish we could see more of the corruption elitism. I want that. I so badly want the "you are a bug" to me. And here's another thing. I talked to a friend about this. When we see, like, if you like. Here's one thing. If you want to make representation, if you want to make a story where you say, representation matters and people should be allowed to exist no matter color, sexuality, race, that is good. It happened with Galga and, his boyfriend, where like they were he was kind of Artwin? I forget his name. He was said that he wasn't real family. And he wouldn't be able to take care of Galga, which is incredibly damning to anybody who, like, especially if you're in the LGBTQ month, which, by the way, happy Pride Month. Artwort. Thank you, Atwort. A lot of, like, LGBTQ folk have been distanced from their families and whatnot, and that definitely screams just total isolation to take someone that you truly loved away from you, and that they do not count as mattering to you. It completely fucked up. I don't like, maybe it's like straight too. Maybe if they were like, if it was a straight relationship, it'd be different. I'm not entirely sure. Like Venana is definitely probably like homophobic or something. It's hard to know. But like, here's one thing I have to say. And this exists as a conversation that, and I'm not like defending everything about this person. I barely know them, but they are a prolific writer. Is Nasu, and Nasu had like a commentary that I at least in terms of this comment, I think is incredibly apt. Is that when you talk about misogyny, and you want to talk about like, girls being empowered, the one thing that you have to do is that you can't just make a girl haven, basically. If every person in the story is just a girl, it comes off like you're not getting the contrast, which is men thinking themselves superior, the patriarchy. You don't have to discuss any of that, and stuff like Kaon, and I like Kaon, by the way, and I like Bocchi the Rock, if it's not obvious. Is that you can just have your girls. And I think that's incredibly good. I don't think we have to have just commentary where everybody is just, it's always talking about like women always having to like fight men in a story or something. There's plenty of ways to have a story, but what is important that in terms of the conversation is that if you want to make a story about representation, you have to show the oppressor. You have to show the contrast of that. And that creates a lot of solidarity. That creates a lot of power in ourselves when we recognize what a problem is. And I wish more spaces were like open about that. Like I've seen people like not want to talk politics. I know that they don't want to talk about serious issues going on, but like especially for Pride Month, and this is, we don't have to keep it to 1 month, guys. Is that we have to help each other and recognize each other, and help each other, like help each other's wounds, and that is reflecting and recognizing what is the problem. So if you want representation, you want your queer representation, show me the fucked up side more, like genuinely, like if you want, here's an option, and you guys can tell me if you like this or not. A goth goes to see her mom, and her mom says, "You cut your hair, that is boys' hair, you will go sit with the boys now." It's pretty fucked up, huh? Like, give me that level of pettiness. Give me that level of impulsiveness. And I think if there's anything that's very clear to me, is that a goth's mom will probably be someone who has many reasons for why that she has ostracized her child, who's made her feel terrible, has been as cruel to her, and has, been at the backdrop of so many other elitist in her. Like when we saw a goth seeing all of those dangling eyes that are pointed, like think of how like that is in a circle, a prominent circle of people that is agreed upon by her mother. It is a little librarian's elitist circle jerk, and it's fucking awful. So like if you want to do that, if you want to like showcase that, I'm sure that she will have many complexities to her. I want her to have many complexities and sentimentalities. I want her to be maybe even goofy if she wants to be, but she is undeniably a part of a fucked up system, and that needs to be portrayed, I think, more explicitly. I want that. I want that so bad. Because the contrast matters a lot. And I just want to see more of that happen. We saw what it felt like for Lucy to want to join the Knights Morales. And I think that's so beautifully portrayed. As much as like in our society, the root of the system is incredibly fucked up. But I'm sure people know, and I can speak for broadly, is that there is people here. And I know someone personally whose friend is like, a police officer, and at least within what they can do, they feel like they aren't able to like enact these like very horrible things, that they are able to change their attitude and like, try to be some level of justice, that there is incredibly fucked up perverts and incredibly fucked up people. But that's also a part of the system. And what's also a part of the system is that the system can be so easily changed at any particular moment. So even though there's cops who think themselves exceptional or different, which can very much lead to a lot of problems, especially under an education that says, well, at least I'm not from World War II. People will be like, oh, I'm fucked up, but I'm not that fucked up. At least I have a good reason for being fucked up. I'm sure that like relates to Lucy's thing, and I am sure that you want another prediction. I think Lucy will probably distance herself from the Knights Morales. It seems like that's where her direction of her character is going. I think that will be portrayed very, very well and done extremely thoughtfully. But yeah, like I know why she's in there, and I think that matters quite a lot. Is that there's so many ways for people to see what mattered. The fact that Easties confided in her, oh my god, Easties as well is very well-meaning, but just radical in his own way. Crazy, I got to read chapter 97. I know. I so badly. We'll get to it. Also, here's one thing. Here's one thing I want to say, is that when the three Ys, for example, did what they did, I want more consequence for that. Because if I'm to assume that the three Ys are just celebrities and they're actually not as powerful as they could be, here's what they can do. Give me them being punished for it. Viana needs to be punished for what it is that she did, or she needs to do more punishing. Like, I want Beldery for him being impulsive and letting this happen to be punished for what it is that he's doing. And it's not because like I actually want him to be punished, but like because that's what the society is expecting of him. And if Eggendale was so easy to like get thrown out because he was doing shady, fucked up shit, make that happen to the other people, regardless of how good intentioned they were. Make it more dualistic. Eggendale can be fucked up and then thrown out of the system, but maybe extend that to Beldery. He's really well-meaning, but what does it matter in the eyes of someone like Aesthees, who represents the strictness of society the most? I just really want that. I really want that. For the manga with a lot of children, we don't really see the parents a lot. Like, I wonder how Richie and Tatia's parents are. Yes! Oh my god! Oh, I want to get into predictions so bad. But yes, I totally agree, Asana. Maybe not great if they are in the Atelier so far from the Great Hall. Also, what did they say to Yuini's parents? Yeah. It's interesting how a lot of stories with children take the parents out of the picture. And it's interesting because you can still kind of imagine them as well. And this was something that I really appreciated when we got through the content with Alrugio, is that we saw kind of how ugly and messed up the children can talk about each other. The way that they so easily bullied Keyfree for being different and to having special privilege or being weird. And like, obviously they acknowledge that Keyfree was also quite cold and prickly himself, but they're willing to like relish in just pushing him further away so arbitrarily, so impulsively at times. And that they get that from somewhere. It's not like it just like was born out of thin air, right? So I think that like there's a lot of like ripeness that, even though it's the kids talking, it doesn't feel so isolated. The way that they talk about Keyfree, oh my god, when we went to Silver Eve and Keyfree is being talked about, what is it, like 20 years later? How long was it, guys? Can you guys give me like the exact year? He's being talked about by a bunch of people. Like, oh, did he hear what's happened with his eye? What the fuck is happening? Like, that's just gross. Incredibly gross. Yeah, jeez. I feel, oh my god, spelling Rilifin and Keyfree would have had such an interesting conversation. Yeah, for sure. Oh man. Oh, Rilifin. Yeah, and I want to say, because I probably should have said this earlier, because I mean, like, there's a structure to it, but like, to again acknowledge the cruelty that exists in the system. Lelusi, Custis, Riche's family, Agat's family, not Riche's family, but like the tutors, obviously Kuro, fuck that guy, the way that he treated Yuini, the Brim Caps, the Bandit Society, the underground aspects, the ignorance of Witch Society. But yeah, like basically Riche's stuff of just abuse. It seems like all the higher class, which I think, again, represents those born into Witch Society, have mostly been mistreated. And I'll say right now, I won't be surprised that Tatia is mistreated as well. as a prediction. Ah, God. But most people in Witch Society, there's this ugly elitism that exists in all of it, and it gets abusive, such as with Rilifin, his hands, the cruelty, like probably how they've been fed and treated. Oh, it's so fucked up, so fucked up. So yeah, I just want to like reassure people that when I made the predictions thing, potential maxing of the story known, I do want to see it explored further, because it makes what happened with Beldery and with Aesthees especially, like seemingly everything that happened with the Knights Morales. If you want to know, what I think about the Aesthees thing, I love the Aesthees thing. As I said, it expands so much on the world, but I'm a bit surprised that like it feels so isolated. Like for some reason in the Knights Morales, Aesthis was the only one who was like too radical in this situation. And it makes sense for what it was that he was doing. But like nobody really backed him up in that like kind of cult-like behavior or anything like that. It was just kind of him. And I think that's perfectly fine, but I want to see that expanded upon more. And I think everything considered, I think the story will explore the Knights Morales and again, Prison Island and so many other aspects of how they treat people. The Aesthis thing, it's when he like starts mind wiping people. He even mind wipes Vinana. It's like when he goes on a rampage and like it's during the Silver Eve section. It feels a lot more like that's his thing and that like he's afraid. And I love how that's portrayed, that like he is mostly like just coping and like he's trying to make sense of things and he's just scared. He's just there's clearly fear that is making him be so impulsive. And I love how that unmasks something for Lelouci when she's already unpacking things. I want to see that explored more with like in regards to the police, and please show more of the police. It feels like the police are just Yutoan, Galga, the twins, Lelouci, Aesthis, and I'm just like, that's totally cool. That's like totally cool and all, but like genuinely, like open that shit up, like open that fucker up like a fucking a barrel of monkeys. Genuinely, like please let me see more of that. It can't just be like this. The Goon Group. The Goon Group is just. I love that shit, but yeah, I need so much more. So many of the adults have been like been mistreated as kids, but the ones that learned about so far have all grown up to relatively reasonable than horrible. Yeah. And I just want to see more of that ugliness. I want to see more of those selfish parents. I want to see more of those messed up parts of society. And like, mind you, I talked about how Witch Hat is not like a battle shonen. I'm not expecting, especially in content where we're just going to start seeing people get beheaded or something like that. It's not really battle oriented, but I do kind of want a bit more cruelty and a bit more pride, excessive pride in the way that people act. Something that I really appreciate, and I say this story has a lot of issues, so like, just try and hone in on what it is that I'm saying exactly. I love that certain characters have like a little bit of a screw loose, that they kind of relish in some of their sadism and like competition and taking advantage of people. When I think about Hunter x Hunter and like in some of its commentary on, kind of messed up parts of society and how they feel about things, how they just don't care if they kill people. Like, what's the problem? I would love to see that kind of selfishness a lot more pointed, way more pointed, instead of just negligent, because a majority of the cast just feels negligent right now, and that's totally fine. That is born out of some selfishness, but really make that a bit more pointed. I would really like that. It's something that I think Witch Hat could definitely expand upon. And again, I'm just going to say it again. I think Witch Hat can do and probably will do. But we're still like, what I'm going to say, and maybe this is the prime time to get into predictions. But like, Witch Hat is still basically, as far as I'm concerned, in its like prologue. It's still in the beginning elements of its story so far. And we're still in this coming of age section where maybe the horrors of the world only slightly get explored time and time again. And it works, again, perfectly for the premise that they can kind of be isolated, go back home, get away from Witch Society, even though if they stayed longer in Witch Society, they would probably see more. About how it was compartmentalized, the festival, not connecting to the slums, with everything that happened with Custis. There's still like so much more room, because when these kids come of age and they become older and they probably become maybe tutors or people themselves, they have to see more. We have to have more of a conversation on what is to be done in the story. And I think that will reveal more things that have been hidden away from them for the child's eyes. And I think it would be the prime time, quite frankly, to make that shift even more. The parasitic silver truth, the silverwood is fucked up. Holy shit. This is a prime time that, like, if you want your audience, like Shirahama has been writing for 10 years, right? If you want your audience to grow up with your story, because this is a good moment that people can grow up with your story, for as long as you've been writing it, maybe come of age with your character, like prime your audience to get ready for maybe some of those darker topics. And I think it'll be perfect. Like, frankly, I think it'll be more than perfect. And we're already seeing some fucked up shit already. So yeah, I'm very, much having faith that, like, it could definitely go there. But that's just kind of like my worry, is that if Shirahama is not able to capitulate further on those things, there's going to be a part of me that's a little disappointed in regards to the commentary of society not treating people well. I think it just needs a lot more complexion. It needs more to it. So that's like something that I've been thinking about, like, quite a lot for a while. And thankfully, the thing with Witch Hat is that I've been able to hold back on a lot of predictions, or being like, oh, this thing wasn't covered, I can't believe this, because every time that I hold back and I say, let it take its time, like, let me be patient, let me just focus in on what's happening right now, it still remains incredibly refreshing. And it also eventually gets to the things exactly what I want to see happen. So I more than enough, Shirahama has proven to me time and time again that if I'm just patient and I believe in the potential of her story, she pays it off. And Silverwood, oh my God, everything to do with Silverwood was just like, oh, I didn't even know that would be it, but I've been waiting for the relationship of magic forever. And, like, where does it come from? And the fact that it's that long into the story is just so exciting, so amazing. So yeah, I think I would love to see what happens. Also, a nitpicky thing that bothers me sometimes is witches are hiding themselves while doing magic, but we have seen a lot of contraptions with spells clearly visible that are accessible to non-witches. Like, feels like the non-witches could figure it out. They probably do sometimes, but they don't really say as much. Also, maybe they just aren't really looking at it. It's kind of like, have you ever had a puzzle before where, based off of, like, whatever education exists, they might think that those sigils exist because magic created them. Like, they might not think that it's just a regular substance that you can basically just get. They might think that, like, the what is it? The argument of the devil's proof or the origins of things is all come from a witch being able to harness them, you know? So I think mostly, I think it's a believable enough lie where a puzzle may seem kind of simple to you because we've been explained it, but depending on the society, the location, and its people, and, like, just how things are spun, especially, don't even take into account logic, take into people's affinity for witches, where it's like, you can do this, right? You're exceptional. You're born to do this. Think about that. And how it's not just a lie that is illogical, it's a lie with so much romance around witches. So, like, why would they want to break that romance, right? Because it'd be kind of scary. But yeah, obviously I think people probably have, if, like, I'm not saying that every single person in witch society is romantic to witches. It seems, if anything, people like Dagda were, like, incredibly upset when things didn't go their way. So yeah, I don't think that that, like, is unfounded, that cynicism does not exist in the story. It's just that there's a chance that we haven't seen as much of it quite yet. And if we have, maybe those people became brim hats. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. Maybe some brim hats. Yeah, like Sazaran, for example. We don't exactly know how Sazaran came to be for being a brimmed cap, but like we do know that like he was sitting in the library thinking about it for a while, being like, why does it need to be locked up? And maybe because of that curiosity of whatever conditions they were into, that led to those kind of conclusions, right? Really hard to know. Really, really hard to know. And I mean, like, here, take this for granted. The types of people who would be most likely to be cynical to Witch Hat Society are people like Custis, right? And what happens is that Custis is a bit younger, but also there's clearly a divide that exists between the people like Custis and then the underground, and how anybody who could question their system is mostly pushed away from society most of the time. And even when they do kind of know something, people like Galga crash in to like basically wipe their memories. It's incredibly maintained and disturbing, but obviously things, because it takes so much maintenance, things will always slip through the cracks of the oppression that they are doing. So that's like kind of like my take on it. They're in a dire situation. He lets the girls and Ollie use like blood for magic. Oh yeah. Just because like you see in like glyphs doesn't mean you know what they are or mean. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean that like you suddenly start writing it out as well. Yep. Because like as far as people know, you don't draw magic. You have to have the certain material for it, one, and then you also have to be able to like, wave your spell or something, you know, like all of it's based off of like performance when it comes to the witches. It's why they do conceal in the first place. So yeah, just a thought. But it's a really good thought experiment, though, Sana. It's something worth still keeping in mind. I completely agree. Yeah, with specific ink. Yep. They have resources to specific parts. I'll have to go to bed, unfortunately. Tired and need to get up. Oh, okay. That's totally fine, Thomas. I hope you have some great predictions and ranking. Thank you, Thomas. I'm so sorry. I know that it's late for you. You'll be able to see that like later. The rankings will be up soon. I hope since we had like a major witch arc. Sorry, my dyslexia is acting up. I had a major witch arc that next we have a focus on the unknowing in their lives. Yeah. I'm very curious, like learning more about like major witch arcs, like certain types of people. It'll be really interesting. That scene in the most recent episode, the guy manhandling Kiefer and ordering him around, shows witches are seen as tools by certain classes of people. Yeah, for sure. They get demanded a lot, and they kind of have to go with it because of the relationship with like magic. So it happens. But yeah, it's very interesting to be able to talk about that. Also, like, here's something really interesting. Oh gosh, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, but I'm really curious about where Ramanan will come into in terms of lore, because it's something before the pact. Again, one thing I don't want is Ramanan to be the exceptional, discriminatory society, because we have to really think this out, is that in a society like Ramanan, its discrimination exists because it reflects parts of society, and it kind of understands certain things in society. And the pact definitely exists, but like how dramatic of a change was it? That's going to be something for contention. But I don't want Ramanan to be like, oh, they were the only people who killed people for their skin and stuff like that. They exist as an isolationist, almost like abusive household, but on a kind of larger scale society, where like it's kind of quiet, and it's actually kind of rare for isolationist on that scale to be the way that Ramanan is. In fact, most fascism is built off of expansionism and like wanting to build and grab more because you're power hungry. But like, it is interesting because like Ramanan is fucked up, but also if they were going to be isolationists to begin with, they learned it from somewhere. I don't think they just like they definitely represent closed-mindedness, which is like something that the story is trying to like adhere to, but like they also represent somebody who was able to, what was it? They were able to have incredibly talented people there, and like very, very good at gold, and that probably relates to the currency. And then they just like wanted to hold it for themselves and make their own like tiny empire. So like I'm super interested in like where that is going to like lead. If we learn more about Ramanan and like why it exists as it is, because I know for sure we're not done there. Okay, is there anything else I wanted to say? I don't want to like lose anything. Shirama said something on Twitter about how witches make games out of setting unknowns astray by chanting and stuff while casting, so it's gonna be real confusing. What the hell does Shirama mean by that? Ramanan's isolationism and elitism feels like a direct parallel to the Great Hall. Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you, Barking. I should have said that when Kandana in tandem with it. I completely forgot to, but yeah, especially it coming right after the Great Hall, it feels very purposeful. So yeah, I'm very interested in that. That'll be very, very interesting to see. Also, the Great Hall itself is not unlike the Serpentback Cave. There's only one way to get down there. So yeah, I'm so excited for that. Oh my god. But yeah, yeah, there's just like a lot of stuff that like I would love to see explored, and yeah, I think that's about it. So I'm gonna get into predictions, and this is the fun part. I think this is like one of the most fun parts of the stream that's gonna be for me. Here, actually, let me drink water, because I want to see your guys' predictions and what you think. This is the fun of kind of catching up, and obviously I haven't read 97, so keep that in mind. But there's things that did not all get covered in 97. It's okay. I'm okay with that. Let us discuss where we think the story could go in sort of broad strokes, certain themes. I've kind of brought it up already. Prison Island needs to be explored. I want it very much to be explored. I want to see further how magic is made as a commodity. I want to see the other parts of the country and the different types of spell casting and why it exists. The librarians, I think, are interesting. And a negative that I forgot to bring up, but also a positive, is Tatia doesn't have a lot of content, and I was a bit surprised by that, because I think that she is a character that I love very much, but she has, I think, understandably, in a way, been quite underutilized in the story. She's quite simple, and she adheres to a sort of idealism that was not unlike Coco's in a lot of ways. It's why they kind of shared so much, especially early on. Tatia is a very warm and great person, but something about thank yous, and especially like how she feels, there's just so much that's not explored. But the thing is that it will be explored, because as much as Tatia has been underutilized, every little bit that she does get has so much potential to it. She is my potential. I have a feeling Tatia is probably going to be a character that like is probably going to just become like maybe one of my, like maybe just my favorite. But like Tatia is like, you know, why does she want the thank you so bad? What is it that she sees? And like, we see how fast she is to discriminate Coco as an outsider, even if she thinks it. How she's kind of masking with like a lot of smart smiles, how easily it was for her to feel for people. She's so empathetic, and how she talks to the one lady about, you know, like, what is it, like control and being under someone's thumb, how she so easily wants to teach people about her feelings at Ramanon of hearing a thank you so sad. I think that she has a lot going on, and especially the stuff with the clothing, which is, by the way, one of the most real things of the whole story, is her talking about the magic of dress and expression. Like she represents expression so much. And you know, it's never been outright confirmed that Tatia is like just trans, but she basically, her sentimentality and what she represents all falls in line with that kind of expression, and like changing and wearing an outfit and being like, I am someone that feels more like me. How she feels like so important. Like she mentions that you can be a prince for, what is it, a knight for a day, or like a princess the next day or something. The idea of changing based off of clothing is so beautiful, but it also is so sensitive to her, not just because she felt like she wasn't being listened to, but because it may seem like there's actually much more there. Much more like, you know, hurt and you know, trying to patch something up that like was kind of broken for her. You know, mind you, I still think it like we can like reject the theory if we want to. I don't want to, but let's say, you know, like it still falls in line with Shirahama just respecting people's passions and how they want to hold themselves and express themselves. It's something that like still works at a fundamental level. And maybe it's just, you could be seeing too much in terms of what's not paid off quite yet. But there is room. There's always a lot of room for Tatia to have incredibly good content. But undeniably, Richie and Tatia, they sort of fall into very comfortable spots in the last big arc because, you know, they're fine. And I do like some of the stuff with Leo. I love that she has like a good head on her shoulders. Like she's able to like tell that Leo is kind of like, there's something isn't right. She reads like a red flag very fast. She's very in tune with things. But I think that like there's just so much not explored, especially when she says, do you really mean that? Of like 96. Oh my God. Oh, I love it. I think that she has so much. She has all the spice to be able to pay off in an amazing way. Her family, whoever, like whatever her background is so juicy and ripe for content. Same with Agat. Agat obviously has more payoffs and more of a drastic character arc, and Tatia just feels a bit more put together, but maybe just not put together necessarily, but like unchallenged in the way that the ways that Agat has had to been challenged. And we'll probably see that like expanded upon much further. And I believe it. I believe that Tatia will get a lot. And I'm excited for that. Because Richie got quite a lot early on, and I was a bit surprised that Richie didn't get more. But that's fine. She was running her business, I guess. And she's cute. I love Richie. I was a bit surprised how fast things happen with Rilifin. Same with Aesthys. I think the stuff with Rilifin and Aesthys happened quite fast. But also it's not like unfounded, and like there still is like a lot of ripe content. I love how Rilifin is still getting content with a Leo right now. I'm excited to see where that goes. Yeah, just really exciting to see what happens to the Leo. I think a Leo is going to be a really big haymaker probably for the theme and story. It's going to be really good, and that will probably be revealed even further with Dean Roldy. Oh my god. Also, Tatia being a twin is still my pet theory. Because of the twin tails thing, the things coming in twos. Yeah, maybe there's something there. I don't want to read too much into something abstract like that would just kind of be poetically abstract thematically in the story. It could very much like fall in line with something that's similar, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if I would stake too much on that just based off of it. But you know, who knows? I don't think any of the girls will go Brim, but they will be each paralleled by a child that does X, Coco, Custis. I think Juji might be Tatia's parallel. Oh, interesting. That's a very interesting thought. You could be, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to know about that one, but I don't think any of them will go brimmed. If anybody would go brimmed, the one that I believe the most, I mean, honestly, I think they all have potential to in a way. I don't think a Got will. I think Got is way too strong-willed for that. Coco and Tatia probably. Like, it's only those two that I could believe. I believe that Tatia could, but I'm not necessarily thinking that she will. It doesn't necessarily make sense that they would throw Tatia in there, but if any of the girls had potential, it would be those two. Yes, there was more focus on Coco and Agat, Custis, Tarda during the previous arc. Yeah, for sure. I would love to see more. And mind you, I think that like the last arc, it's not necessarily a criticism. I think the last arc is taking its time and it's paid off so much of Coco and Agat in ways that was very important to the story. But I think that now because we gave so much focus to that, I think it's a good prime time to give more stuff to Tatia and to Richie. So it's not like, again, we have to like look at this stuff in its broad context when, especially, it's going to be all out. I'm not saying it's like a big major problem. It's just something I'm thinking about. Yeah, Juji is going to get some focused, which would be cool given that like maybe they focus on Tatia as well. Yeah, I would love that. That's a really good point. She might be into twos. I find the simplicity of that sweet. Yeah. Oh, I love Tatia. Oh my god. But like I think Tatia has a lot that's gonna happen, and I'm very much looking forward to that. I think Coco is more likely to continue forging her own path separate from the pointed haps and the brims. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I very much get that. But that means that like I would like to see Coco probably dip her toes in a bit further and understand it further instead of just having a bit of a trained apprehension to it. I would love to her to maybe slip. I think that would be really interesting. I can't wait to see what they do with Tatia. Yeah, oh man. Dean Roldy. Okay, so Dean Roldy, I've said it before, and I'm gonna say this again not to take away. I need Dean to be a bit more fucked up. I kind of want that. I'm glad that like some of the monarchs, especially the one that was talking to Eggendale when they like removed him from power, was like pretty fucked up. But like, you know, like if this lie was to be existed, I would love to see what's going on with Dean on maybe some darker levels that is maybe being trained into a Leo. A Leo is very trained in like putting on a fake smile, same as Dean. But so like I would love to see way more from Dean. I am dying to know more from Dean because he seems like he's going to be such a heavy hitter for the story. I want to see more from Beldery as well. I think like some of his more fucked up behaviors, or rather his lack of behavior, I would love to see more shown in explicitly shared with the story. I think that would be really good. Because I can infer that pretty easily, but I think like a lot of clarity and like detail and context would like really flesh out that idea a lot more. So I would very much enjoy that very much. Loki, maybe Elio instead of Dean, but we need someone experienced in cutting people open for surgery that don't think Elio's old enough. Surgery, yeah. I'm very curious how that's going to go. Time skip. Okay, guys. So predictions. Someone asked it earlier, and I don't think I said it. How long, if you guys were to take a guess, and I think I've asked this before, how long do you think the story is going to go on for? What do you think? What is the ultimate, like, what could we feasibly guess? Shortest to longest. Give me your shortest time, and then give me your longest time that you think it is. Give me like 2, if you can. You can give me just 1 as well, but yeah. Dean's holding a disabled man captive, encouraging his son to do the same. Yeah, exactly. That is very ripe for manipulation and all sorts of shit. Like, I can't wait for that. So, Aline, you say shortest 10 years, longest 25. Wow. Oh, man. 25, really? In the universe, I think the girls will be 16 when they graduate, at bare minimum. I think so. Approximately 20 minutes. That's so funny here. 20 minutes error. Short 5 years, long 20. In timeline or our time? Our time. In terms of the story, I wouldn't be surprised that there's a time skip. If you want to know of another prediction, I think time skip is very much on the table. At least 100 more chapters. So, like, close to another 10 years. At least another 10 years. Short 3, long 7. Really, Cheese? You know, honestly, you have, like, the shortest reach for it so far. I respect that a lot, because I as much as I think Witch Hat has a lot of potential, it also could close very fast. Not that I would be... I don't know, maybe I wouldn't be the most satisfied with it, but, like, I very much could see that. For me, it has always been about education as a tool to create a better future. Education as a synonym for hope. Yeah, it's for sure. Like, but, like, the fact that, like, it's not just totally synonymous is really the strength of the story. Lillian, it's like, it's so complex. I love it so much. Sharma did say that she wants Witch Hat her life's work. She did say that. And my God, you know, I believe her. I believe her. If she changes her mind, she changes her mind. If she ends up like, let's say that she changes her mind on that and she just goes to another story, I wouldn't be against it at all. She's very talented. If not a couple hundred more. Ooh. To like 20 years. I agree. I think the manga will go on at least like 10-ish, 8 years minimum. It would make more sense to have them be as old as Kiefer and Ollie as right now. Yeah, especially with the content we got. Oh my God. You did Timelight work recently, and I think the entire story has been only a few months long for so far. Oh yeah, in the story, it's only been a few months. So they definitely need like time skips to speed certain things up. Yeah, probably. I love how dense it is in like those few months. It's great. It shows you how much the world has to offer in such a short amount of time. Both dark and not so dark. It's crazy. 7 to 10 our time. Okay. Is there an age for graduating? Rilifin is around 16. He's still an apprentice. No, I think it's based off of like competition, like passing or not passing. I wouldn't be surprised that Rilifin maybe is late to being an apprentice, because you can kind of become an apprentice at any point, basically. I mean, like we saw it with Alrugio's fanboy. High Heart. Imagine Coco being as old as her mom. I couldn't. It would scare me. Oh, guys, Oh my god, what is this? Maybe an epilogue after? An epilogue. Oh my goodness. I can't even think about epilogue right now. Holy shit. I literally thought 93 to 94, I got scared that there was going to be a time skip. It was ripe for it. It was ripe for it, Charles. It was close. If we really see Silveries as a catalyst, I can see Witch Hat only taking another 10 years. Yeah. It's very possible. I can't imagine a long time skip at the moment. A max maybe 1 to 2 years. Yeah, but it's going to be significant in this story for sure. I definitely agree. It'll be after they graduate. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised that we see the things that lead up to their graduation and then there's a time skip. I would not be surprised. The average age for the first test is 10. And the second test only happens once a year, so they probably only pass their test once a year less often. Galga become an apprentice as an adult. Yeah, exactly. They were extenuating circumstances, but it was still possible, for sure. I don't know what really happened with Rillifen. So I'm going to say mine, because I'm loving hearing your thoughts. I'm going to say mine. I don't know. But if I had to take a ballpark guess. Oh, hi, Cybernetics. Welcome in. If I had to take a ballpark guess, I would say at bare minimum, 10 years. That is how I feel right now. Now, I'm not saying that as like I will just Shirama should only serve me for 10 years as an author. No, she shouldn't do that. She should do whatever she wants to do. But I think if the story really wanted to flesh out or capitulate on a good damn chunk of its story, probably another 10 years. Bare minimum is that. Now, if I was thinking about how long this story really could go on, in a way, I want to say infinitely. But that's not realistic whatsoever. I think a solid 20 years sounds right to me. 20 years more, like a 30-year span of this story, I think is very possible. Because the scope of it is so massive. Depending on what they want to do, it is ripe for potential. And, you know, Shirahama has written it in a way that would give her that wiggle room to close a chapter, speed up a chapter, whatever. And I honestly got the impression that with everything that happened in the Silver Eve arc, that it very much came off like she was trying as hard as she could to speed up and make sure things were getting paid off and foundation was being met for the next parts of the story, the transitionary part of the story. So I fully believe that that like she could, you know, change the pace at like a moment's notice, and really just like pay things off in rapid succession. It's very possible. We've had like some monumental chapters at sometimes too. But yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised that 20 years. I can at least see 20. Maybe longer, 25. I actually kind of agree with that one. Yeah, what's going to happen between Keyfree and Coco? I'm very curious. This winter, I have no idea. It could be a very long saga. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, I need to Tia. Is there any... Okay, I want to hear. Is there any other predictions? I think I have a couple. Let me see. So, is there something else I'm forgetting to add? Agat, I think Agat, there's a chance that Agat could get hurt by Coco. I don't see that as... I kind of feel like that's a safe pick. I feel like Coco and Agat's relationship is also going to strengthen, so I'm not saying, oh, the drama is just going to spiral out of hand. I wouldn't be surprised that Coco and Keyfree's relationship also dwindles at times and there becomes more prominent distance. And then second, I think that Kefri, and this may sound fucked up because we were talking about it earlier. Oh yeah, I can't read that. Thank you for pointing that out, Aline. I might have read that. I think that Kefri has the potential to die somewhere in the story. And I think that will be a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised that it marks the transition of maybe the time skip, maybe the next passage, maybe the next thing. I'm not sure. I think... Oh, Lucy... Oh my gosh, Ruby, actually, seeing your comment. Lucy straight up starting a revolution. I think that she would probably quit, but she probably will fight more. She's a very strong-willed woman. She's incredibly thoughtful. I wouldn't be surprised that Kefri dies. You can call me crazy. We're gonna have to wait for a long time to find out. But yeah, the classic mentor figure always dying thing. Yeah, I think that like there's a high chance that it's possible. I think that will be mourned. Okay, and also, I say that Kefri could die, but also Kefri could also be saved. I think that would be a strong thing that the story is making a point of, is that like he doesn't get treeified, he doesn't become tree free. Very possible that all of Ollie's suffering and the things that he's gone through has paid off in the end for him, and that he did get the help that he eventually got just by delaying and patience and not having the answer yet, but eventually coming to it. Very thematically potent, meaningful, and in line with the story's themes. Very possible. They could also mess that up where like the answer comes to them, but still Kefri dies or something. Who knows? I don't know, but I definitely think that a pointedness about Kefri's end is probably just very much, it's on the table right now. And that has to be addressed in some sort of dramatic fashion. I imagine. I don't know. Kefri's story is still so hopecore. It is. Kefri held on to life for so long for Ollie, with Ollie imagining their life living long together. I don't know if Shirama would break that promise. Yeah, it's very possible that that promise transcends, not like as in like a cosmic thing, but as a pointed thematic purpose of the story. Very possible, Aline. I don't want to like come off as if like I think there's only one way for Kefri to go, but I wouldn't be surprised either that like there's something about that gets recontextualized in a really dramatic way. But yeah, very good point about the promise thing. I thought Kefri was going to die until I read chapter 88. I don't see a point in the character dying permanently when it starts the story believing he can't be saved. Right. And then like being able to kind of, I guess like deny the confidence that Kefri had in that. It depends. Like I'm not gonna like totally reel it out, but that's a very interesting sentimental tonal part to observe for sure. The themes of the older generation helping make life better for the next would be beautiful. It's still very real, France, for sure. However, I do think he will be taken out of the story for quite a while at some point. Yeah, it's very possible. Honestly, even with this arc, it's possible. I mean, Dagda also had a sad yet hopeful life, which he continued the cycle of making life better for the next generation. I think Shirama could totally do something like with Kefri. Yeah, I'm not trying to like. I hope it's clear to everybody that I'm not trying to say like, I'm so certain that will happen. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. As much as I wouldn't be surprised that like he gets healed. It makes a lot of sense. But it is something that I have to think about. I wouldn't be surprised where it goes. I do agree with chat that's saying this is a hopeful story for Keyfree. Yeah, and by the way, I don't. If you want to know my assumption about Witch Hat and its ending, that's a bit of a different story. With Keyfree, I can still see it being purposeful, but not. It depends. It depends, really. But yeah, I also think that it's probably likely that Keyfree will not die. The one thing I will say is that in regards to my prediction on like where does like Witch Hat want to end as a story, I feel kind of like I feel unprofound saying this. I feel kind of obvious saying this. Witch Hat is not going to die. Like, it's not going to end on a bleak ending. I don't think that's where Witch Hat is going. If anybody's assumption of Witch Hat is that it's just like a torture porn story, or prawn, sorry. I don't know if I can say that word on Twitch. I don't get that impression at all. I think that there is such a supercharged hope core to the entire story. I do not get the impression that Shirahama is wanting to write a story where everybody just had to give up and die. I don't think that's what she represents at all in her undertaking as a writer, as her focus as a writer with Coco. There's literally nothing. As an activist in her own like way, I don't fucking think so. Not even remotely. It's going to end on something very hope core, and it's going to be dazzling. It's going to be a third option, 100%. Will it be pointedly dark at even more than it is now? Abso-fucking-lutely. But that's not going to detract away from, I think, its final message. Now Ollie's death hit me up. That's not happening. No. I don't. No. Ollie's not dying. Ollie is my sweet little baby, and he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. I think Ollie will be hurt. I don't think anything else. That's our Coco, dog. That's our Coco. My favorite character, Witch Hat. What new body horror will Shirama come up with next? Ooh. What else? Body horror? I don't know. I don't want to think about it. You guys can all, like, think of your own Mortal Kombat executions on your own. You guys go for it. I'm not going to think about it. But it's very possible. Probably something more with the eyes, if I had to take a guess. Even the thought of a character death makes me so sad. I know! I'm sorry. I felt bad for even bringing up Keyfreeze. And then someone said Ollie, and I'm like, man, what the hell? I don't want to deal with that. I like tragedies and Shirama's my complete trust, but I do agree that the chat is saying that it's a hopeful story. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The tragedy will be still very real. Might I bring up a totally unrelated prediction theory? Yeah, go for it, Aline. I don't mind at all. This is the place to do it. Something parallels the Custis and Dagda dying for their future. Oh my god. Here, I'll throw out a little theory for you guys, and I want to just see the engagement. Do you guys think that Custis will stop being a brim cap? Is it possible? Is he just stuck there? Also, I didn't get to talk about it, but the relationship of Fate and everything. Oh my god, I love that. I love the relationship of Fate. God, I'll probably talk about that a little bit further when we get into the character ranking, but oh goodness, I love how twisted that shit is. If Keyfree dies, I think it would only be one way, is that he finds peace, like comfort. Yeah, like I don't think he's gonna die by just like getting like shot with an arrow or something like someone else. I don't think he's gonna have that death. I think it will be something of peace. But I also think that he might want that, and then like he gets denied again in a way that is actually good this time. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it just never gets dealt with. Honestly, here's the thing. Maybe it just never gets dealt with, and that also is thematically potent, especially in regards to Shirahama's portrayal of disabilities and just conditions of people's bodies, but also could treat it completely medical as well. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Secret third thing, baseball caps. What the fuck? The baseball caps. Oh, of course, of course. Kind of as he like becomes unaffiliated, but I do think he's still gonna practice illegal magic. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Aline, your prediction, you said one prediction of mine is that star magic, star magic is gonna play a huge role in the future. There's so much star imagery in the world building, shooting stars, making Silver Eve, Ollie's entire deal, the myth involving a star in a tree, the erasure of the star in the other version, lots of star and constellation imagery. Yeah, the star fetishization of the culture is incredibly potent for most of the story, and it represents a sort of metaphor and a symbol for the people, but also maybe it has a bit more to it, something to do with actual space. And maybe the reason the Great Hall is deep under the sea, far away from the sky. There was so much more I wanted to say, but here are people's opinions and additions to this. Very interesting. I mean, I think that, like, I honestly don't know if I can, like, use something further with it, but I do think that is an incredibly not out-of-pocket thing for the story to introduce as an element further expanded upon. There's no stories of fallen stars aside from the one that meets with the tree. Maybe it's like a chemical thing that happened. Maybe it's alien related. Star magic. I don't know. Maybe it relates to Woodcurrer and other things like that. I'm not entirely sure. But it is so prominent of a symbol. I think it's not out of the realm to say that maybe stars and space itself, and probably the world at large. If I had to take a guess, the world as Witch Hat knows it is probably deeply affected by whatever shaped it in its origin story, and that may be relating to magic, such as it relates to the creation of certain animals and heroes, like Final Fantasy. Like they had like their Ubermensch, like a hero story or whatever's, and it's like, what the hell, you know? So I'm not gonna say it's out there. I find that very, very interesting. Time skip where he dies of old age. Oh no, oh no, oh god, that would ruin me. Star constellations and circles specifically. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pentagram is also a star, right, Aline? You know, there you go. Imo Custis might mellow out, but I can't see him abandoning Brimhat values fully. No, I think I can see him mellowing out, but I think ultimately he might be the character that represents using forbidden magic for good. You know, like, if anything, he might be him on that regard, like, the most. If there was any character who could represent that, the easiest, it's Coco and then Custis, by far. Tarda, Custis, Uini, Coco on all Team Baseball. I love Team Baseball. The baseball caps, the next faction I was talking about. Dude, they just like they do magic by running bases and drawing with it. Oh, it's something to do with hitting it in the right place. Oh my god, it's the shape of the diamond. I don't know. That's so funny. They have to have known more diverse kinds of magic before the pact, right? Yeah, it's very true. It's probably not unfounded that magic was used on some sort of essence of things. It might even be the essence of silverwood, for all we know. In its mixtures and chemical mutation of things. Like I can kind of see it in like a Chrono Trigger way. They found solution for all hosts to live like some kind of peaceful life without hurting themselves at others. Yeah. They don't find a cure for the silverwood, but they find a solution. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that works. Like maybe they make it so that Kefri does not die by like being comfortable, but like ends up living and then for as long as he wants until he dies, and that's when it happens. Maybe it has something to do with like the silverwood having a bit of a subconscious desire, because it seems to me that like I wouldn't be that surprised that the silverwood is you know, like a weird creature that's able to break off its own head, and then like that head becomes its own entity in a way, like a worm. And for some reason, it has this core mechanic of seeking its own kind of comfort, and twisted with the lore of everything. Every animal seeks comfort, but I wonder if, because of how it relates to the mind and psychology, specifically with like humans, I wonder if there's something there that like it's able to hone in on a bit more. I'm not sure. We know that like Kefri is able to what is it? I guess like hold back, like his body is able to use like water magic, I guess, on it, something like that. Maybe the maker of the toilet did vanish after all. They do canonically have a portal to space. It's entirely true. It's entirely true. Oh my god. Void toilet plot relevance. Oh shit, you're right. Oh, you're so right. I mean, holy shit. I mean, I've thought of, okay, all things considered, I've thought about that, but I haven't thought about it in forever, quite frankly. I'm so glad you brought that. Holy shit. How did they get a space toilet? How did anyone pull that off? That's fucking crazy. Dude, that's gonna make the anime so bad. I'm just kidding. I'm not, I want to just sound stupid. But dude, the space toilet? Oh, the foreshadowing is crazy. Dog, imagine. Oh my god, I would love nothing more than that. I can't lie. That would be one of the greatest things I've ever experienced in a story. I can't lie. I would be so unbelievably hyped. I really would. Oh, I adore that. Star fetishization? Kefri has entered the chat. True. That's right. And so much about silver. Why like the tree silver? I don't know. It does seem very ethereal, doesn't it, Aline? The blanking of things, the world of color or something. Also, like I've thought about this too, Aline. Does silver, because silver is such a prominent thing in the story so far, does silver have something to do with silver wash? I don't really know. It doesn't have to be, because like, you know, but like, is there's like something the story could say further with why that happens? There's some sort of thing that brings that about. I don't know. But silver is very, very prominent. Color blindness is just very real in the real life. I don't know. We'll see. Silver is a concept. I don't know. The stars are described as silver ships too. Yeah, in the poem. It's very true. The void toilet inventor comes back and creates a paradigm shift. In how they talk about magic, introduces star magic with toilet magic. This is my toilet magic. Oh, that's so funny. Holy shit. I think I prefer the old poems being purely metaphorical, but I'd be down to explore some space magic. It's not just that it's like the metaphor, but yeah, it also could just be metaphor. We'll see. I hope to God the toy toilet's real. Holy shit. Hi, I arrived late to the live stream. Cries, have we already talked about what we expect for Beldery? A little bit. If you have some thoughts, Kirihi, you can definitely share those. I do have like a couple ideas for Beldery. I think that he will be punished in the story. At least that's like something that I'm hoping for. And I also think that like some of his negligence and then his backstory will probably also be revealed at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised that it also involves being alone. I know that he has a very big soft spot for magic being his everything. Beldery is such an interesting character because he loves magic more than anything else in his life. It's his one true love. In my opinion, someone like that definitely confides in love of something as like their one true by basically isolating themselves to it time and time again. Probably because he was ostracized from society. And, you know, you see that how that's like a big soft spot for him. So I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't at all. But I wouldn't be surprised he gets punished, and I don't know how that's going to go. Punished maybe by removing memories. Who knows? Question, do we think Kefri has a bed frame or even a mattress? No, he probably sleeps. He probably sleeps on a mattress. I've always thought about that. I'm like, how does he stop himself from being comfortable when he's sleeping? We know that he has nightmares all the time, and I don't know if he's brought that on because he's so stressed out and like he's been able to train his stress. I have no idea. It's been something I've thought about time and time again. Hugs, it doesn't have to be today, but I think it'd be fun if we like explored theory post online. That would be fun. Yeah, like we could probably do that in the future when we're reading more chapters when they come out. I would be super down for that. And we'll definitely discuss the conversation of Witch Hat probably going forward. You can kind of see this as like basically like community stuff at large. Because like, I mean, it's not just me. I mean, like it's the Witch Hat community that's like here at this point. So... Someone made a black hole spell online. Really? Yeah, I keep hearing about that. I keep hearing about people's like insane like makeshift spells that like technically make sense. I forget which ones. Do you guys know like some of the makeshift ones that people have on like Reddit or whatever? It's crazy. Coco just starts her society on the moon. Yo, oh my god, that'd be awesome. Magic is a lie that paints the world with color. Oh, see? That's pretty good, Cybernetics. I like that. I like that. Maybe that would be very, very cool. Silver wash, silver E, silver tree. Yeah. Yep. Custis being a silverwood tree, Tarda only seeing silver. He can see Custis for what he is. What if the Void Toilet inventor turned Brimcap? Holy shit. That'd be awesome. Wait, but that'd be disturbing? I don't... Why would they want that? Sorry, I almost gendered them for a second. I remember seeing someone on Twitter theorize that Belle would be like the first major death after Dagda. And would also be how we get to see the funeral rites, especially for respected elders. Oh, holy shit. That's kind of... Holy fuck. Beldery dying? Oh god, I would like more from him before then. Please don't do that. Oh shit. They might try to like One Piece death him or something. That's crazy. Only uses those like really scratchy like blankets. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how he does that. It mystifies me a bit. Kefri is the princess and the pea? And the pea! Except he's the sad tree wizard and the many rocks. Oh. That's poetic and sad. Kiefer sleeps with a pea under the mattress, like a pillow. A pillow princess he is. Oh my god. Oh, amazing. No, I can't handle a Beldery death. I don't know if I could do that. Someone made an Mpreg spell? Based. I mean, if you just transition, you just Mpreg it up. The Reddit is literally my awesome pumpkins and 2 posts down fire death forever spell. Holy shit. That's crazy. Some people saying that there's Hyatar and Juji are there for. Oh, God. A High Heart? High Heart? God, spelling's hard. Hyatar. A billion rocks spell. That's fucking crazy. Oh, God. Well, yeah, I mean, like, does anybody have any more other predictions? I think if we are done with the predictions part, we've been talking for a bit, we could probably go into character ranking. You guys want to do that? Character and arc ranking. I'm kind of excited for, because I have them written out, but I'm very curious about like what you guys think. I can't wait to see what Juji is all about. I think she and Tatia would get along really well. Yeah, sure. Ranking, yes, we have the ranking to do left, and I'm pretty hyped for that, because we'll discuss a bit some further elements about probably each character. So Beldery on the top, could be. It could be. Arc ranking, yes. We'll start with the arc ranking first. You guys want to do that? Let's do it. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna shift over. Gonna zoom in a little bit. Gonna set this up. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. So actually, I have one question for you all, and I'm very curious because this will determine a lot. All right. Oh my God! I revealed all my rankings. Thank God I hid the page. 1 second. All right, good. Okay. So, basically, I want to know, guys. I'll pull this up. Where is that? I want to know. Let me move myself out of the way. Is that me? Where am I? There I am. So I'm going to move over here. We have right here some arc ranking. Can we rank by how gay? Nobody is as gay as Agat at this point. So there you go. There's your top one. So, I mean, well, they did get married. Hellified, all right. Brush Buddy #1 or else it's rigged. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm like picking the mic. 1 second. Also, I hope you guys like the mic. The mic is the new one that I want to say thank you all so much for supporting. Your support helps me a lot. I am not able to do any of this and talk to you guys at all if it was not for the support that I got. And I was able to get to this mic by donation. So thank you all so fucking much. I'm here at all. My last mic, I have it on my desk right now. It died. And I just would have been screwed. I don't have anything else. So I'm so glad to be able to be here because you guys helped so much. Thank you all so much. Just helping on coffees, helping with my situation many times. Thank you guys. Like I'm just shocked I'm even here. But yeah, gosh. So I have a question for chat. Oh goodness, 1 sec. So I have a question. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. I don't know. But okay, I'm sorry, my mind's racing. So what do you guys think is the arcs of this story? Because I'll be honest, I saw the arcs online and I don't know if I agree with them in terms of how they've compartmentalized them. Because in my opinion, these are very short arcs that they're trying to do. And all things considered, I think we can probably maybe like make a compromise. So let me just like show you guys here. This is the Witch Hat Wiki for English, right? Here is the arcs that are currently available. We have the introduction arc is chapter 1 to 2. Then we have the first pentagram test arc, which is 3 and 4. The Draconic Labyrinth arc, which is 5 to 6 and the number after 6. And then we have Watchful Eye arc, which is 8 and 9. And the River Rescue, which is 10, 11, 12. Basically that. Twin Bottle is like 13, 14, 15. So I'm just going to say it right now. Like, I think this is a bit kind of like, I understand what they're thinking, which is just like, here's this tiny little moment that has a tiny bit of closing. It's a long story. It's been going on for like 10 years. But, you know, this 1 and 2 is an arc. I don't really know. It doesn't really work in my head. I think you could probably, at the bare minimum, lump 1, 2 with first pentagram, 3 and 4. Does not that make sense to you guys? The sections are in my head. What are you guys saying? I don't get why things like the Watchful Eye exist. It's kind of like, it's like the handle of scenes. Yeah, I don't know. And mind you, I think that they are trying to be considerate about like tiny arcs, and disagreements about arcs make sense, but they're just so spaced out that I'm just like, in my opinion, Coco does not become a witch until this moment, right? Until like, you know, the end of like the first test. So I'm just like, well, why don't you just like lump these in? But I'm not here to like take a fight. I'm not like pulling my torch to Witch Hat. It's just like, it's a lot to be able to be like, oh, here's this arc and this arc and this arc that I like. When in my head, these two are the exact same for me. So I that's just like kind of like my take on it. It's more like literal definition of the arc than like anime co-opt definition. I see, Charles. What do you mean by like the co-opt definition? Do you have like a distinguisher? You should use the independent wiki. I'm pretty sure it's different on there. What is it, Sad Muso? Do you want to link it? I definitely recommend supporting the independent wiki. Which one is that one, guys? I haven't heard of it. I basically only class Ramanon, Beldari's Test, like the Great Hall, Silver Eve, Orifri backstory. Oh, like Silverwood. I like to call that one. That's like the Silverwood one. To me, it's like arcs are like 1 to 9. Fallen Bridge, Sick Coco. Sick Coco. Serpentback Cave, Great Hall. They are the same, but I should still use the independent one. Really? It's the Telepedia wiki. Would somebody be able to send that to me in a DM or something? I'll pull that up if you guys favor that for supporting it. In my head, after review, River Rescue is the beginning of Ramanon. Really, I kind of feel like Tardas is a bit like isolated. I feel like an anime style arc is like a big journey involving many characters that you can distinctly define in the story. It's like a big journey. Many characters that, I see. Just Google, it'll pop up. Here, I'll just have to switch over one sec. Let me, Was it Witch Hat? Witch Hat Wiki? Let's see. Oh, is it this one? Wait, is this right? Is this different? What part should I look at? Here. Let me see. You send me a link. All right, where did you send it? Oh, here's the story arcs. Okay. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, Sari. All right, let me pull this up. So, we have this right here. First arc. Okay. River. I see. So basically the same. Yeah, here, let me just say, I'm gonna say, like, twin bottle arc? I guess you could. I mean, like, in my opinion, these are, like, basically the same. But that's just, like, something I would offer as, like, compartmentalizing. I don't think it's wrong that they see sections and they, like, want to, like, define them. I think that's more than fine. But here's what I'll say right now. Is that I'll say Great Hall I agree with quite a bit. This is where I kind of agree. So if you look at this, Silver Eve Prologue, Silver Eve Arc, Valence Leech Arc. If you want my firm opinion, I think the Silverwood Arc makes sense, a lot of sense to me. It's quite lengthy and it's like very compact. And it kind of takes on the transition of full backstory and like getting out of Silver Eve. But I think if you want my opinion, you can keep these as arcs if you want to. You can keep them the exact same. You want to call these the Valence Leech arc. That's more than fine. But what I'm going to do for the sake of how I feel about the conclusion is I'm just going to call this the Silver Eve saga. I'm just going to call it a saga and just like lump it in, right? So like as the start of like maybe here, I would just like saga this all the way to the end of Valence Leech arc, right? That's what I would say. Yeah, every story beat is an arc in its own way. I guess so, yeah. I don't know if I agree, but I get it. Trying to explain this in 200 characters. Oh, so sorry, Charles. I feel like before Ramadan, the arc storylines are like a lot shorter. Yeah, definitely feels a lot shorter. Well, like it starts to expand and get much, much bigger. Well, that's like maybe almost half the manga, so I don't know. You're talking to a Hunter x Hunter fan. Well, you know, like... you know, I know how long that Chimera Ant arc is. It's fine. It's more than fine to me. If it's long, it's long. It's important. That's what I mean. It's just like I'm fine with calling it a saga. If all of these like Silver Eve saga, then like that's on the number one list. I'm calling it now. Maybe we'll have to see. That or the backstory arc. Yeah. I mean, like, it's totally fine. Like, it's all just about how we, like, see meaning anyway. I don't want to, like, dwell on this too long. But that being said... Actually, wait, one sec. I don't want to spoil anything accidentally. Okay, we're good. One sec. So, I have a arc ranking, but that just needs to be stated. Like, for the very beginning of this, on like what these kind of like rankings mean, because I'll be honest, I didn't write out every arc, but I will tell you which ones. Oh goodness, I don't want to spoil anything. Hold on, I don't want to spoil anything. Okay, good. Nothing was spoiled. Holy shit, that was gonna be so bad. All right, one sec. Like totally like clicked off there. Oh, that was so scary. I hope I didn't do that. Okay. So, feel like the current arc we were like might be in the winter arc. I'm not gonna be quick to judge it quite yet, but we'll see. We start Dagda, calm start of second test, and then I forget about that. Yeah. I think you can kind of like sagify things. Untitled document. Damn, we're spoiled. My bad. Okay, so I'm gonna just like look at these like real quick. Oh god. Oh, I gotta be careful here. I'm so scared. I can't lie, I'm so scared. I don't want to spoil, like, I don't want to accidentally reveal something to you guys. I'm gonna just take 1 second. All right, so let me just like look at this real quick. Oh my god, it did spoil it. It on a different screen? Oh, it's because it sees myself. I'm literally there. Oh no, okay. So let me just show you guys then. So I'll spoil the other 3 right there. Terrified. So here, you guys got a glimpse already. You guys kind of got spoiled. So Watchful Eye arc, I mean, like, I don't know if I necessarily have heads or tails on that. So this actually kind of works. Make a copy on a different screen. Oh, shh. So I'm just going to say right now that this, like, Watchful Eye in, like, the beginning and everything. Can you write it on a piece of paper? No, I have it, like, I'm so tech savvy. I don't like I can't like draw with my hand. I'm actually messed up. So I'm just gonna say right now, I'm just gonna say like these like beginning parts of the story, I'm gonna say that this is my least favorite arc of the story so far. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. I think the beginning is really quite good, and it sounds like I just don't I hate it, you know. It's just like not very fun, and it just has terrible setup, and it didn't at all make me cry at Dada range. But I think like this would be like kind of lower on the list. I think it does incredible foundation, and it basically sets you up for the theming in tone that the story is going to take on, while having a great introduction to pretty much all the characters and in a really nice way. I love the dynamics. I love the art. Holy shit. But I think in terms of like actual subject matter, I would say that this that I'm going to like lump in, and I'll just call like introduction as a whole. I'm just going to call it like my least favorite in terms of all of the rest, but least favorite, again, don't think about that too much. Then I would say Watchful Eye, very interesting. This is not my least favorite. This is maybe my second. Oh, is it? No, because I'm gonna like lump these 2 in together. If it was just this one, maybe this would make second, but these are like 2 of my favorite chapters ever. Then I would say this, I'm gonna like River to like River Eye. I'm gonna just call this like one arc, because like in my opinion, this arc is not done until like this part is done. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna say at least that. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna actually like literally write these down instead of like having to scare you all. Okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna like paint these in a color. Where is that? Oh, there it is. So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna call this intro. Yeah, let me just like literally set this up. Intro. Is that? No, it would be intro. Introduction. Slash, what is it? What is it called? First pentagram test. I'm just gonna call it first test. I'm gonna call is like my least favorite, and then I will call it ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna call that. Oh, you know what? Damn. I'm just thinking about it, but to the Dada rain chest, yes, yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of like rethinking this. I think. Wow. Okay, I didn't even really think about this, but I'm gonna say it right now. I think draconic, the little draconic part, might be my second least favorite. So that would mean that the way that I feel right now is that the draconic one is really great, and I can't wait to see how that gets recontextualized as things go. I think it's incredibly cool, incredibly nice. It's some of my favorite showcasing of how special the story could be as of right now, for like anime and stuff. But like, then I would say actually that after draconic, I would say it's probably that like watchful eye to like the end of like what is it? The river arc, like river. It would be like that. I think I would like be somewhere around there. Is mostly how I'm feeling right now. And then I think the next one, if I had to take a little gander at it, oh, nope, it's not that one. But I will reveal it. Is that Serpentback Cave arc right above the Great Hall. And I'm just gonna call this also like Ramanon. And also just call this Ramanon right now. I think this was like part of the story. I think the Great Hall is really fantastic and like its payoffs and like some of the things that it ends up like expanding upon. But I think like the most emotional that I got, at least up to that point, was probably Serpentback Cave with Ramanon and Comfort and how Richie was handled, how Yuini was handled. That stuff blew me the fuck away. And I absolutely adored how Keyfree was shown, how Iguin was shown. I was so enraptured by that a lot. And I just think that like when I think about the story and how excited I am for people to get to that material, oh, it just makes me so emotional. The Great Hall is a really awesome section. I actually think it's kind of a bit too brief in a way. Like, I think that like the Great Hall, the best elements of the Great Hall is definitely the stuff with Beldery and showing that off. It's kind of like a bit traditional at times with just, you know, trying to do something almost Naruto-esque, improving and like trying to complete a test not in the conventional way. And I think it's really lovely and really nice and just looks gorgeous, but I was expecting so much from the Great Hall when we got there, and it really feels like we only got small snippets of it, directly curated and controlled by it being the Great Hall, you know? Helps Ramanon that it doesn't have like pacing issues, it's not cramped. Oh yeah, like it's really, really something. It's like, it's so concise, it's so simple, but it's every single chapter of the Serpentback Cave to Ramanon, and then introducing all of our Knights Morales in that way. Oh my god. That was part of the story where I was like, this arc is so special to me. And it just, I think like the Great Hall is capitulating and exploring and Keyfree, everything to do with Keyfree in ways that's incredibly exciting, and expanding the scope of how dark it gets, especially with what happens to Keyfree. And also the ending. Oh my god. One of the most complex parts of the entire story is Keyfree and Coco's dynamic. I think around the part of Great Hall, I was like, Coco and Keyfree's dynamic is one of my favorites ever. and that has never slowed down since. It's never stopped since then. And yeah, I just was in love. Lucy proper intro, therefore best arc. True enough, sad. I love Lucy. Holy shit. The Great Hall arc has one of the best endings. Chapter 40, that's for sure. Yeah, because I know that some people think that Chapter 40 is the start of the next arc, but it just doesn't feel right, does it? I don't know. I guess like maybe you guys can like disagree on that, but I think that like it kind of like I can kind of see that 39 is actually that arc is done. The Great Hall is done. In fact, they're not even in there, quite frankly. So I think it's totally fine to like lump in the shooting star sequence and the stuff with Kiefer and Ollie as the beginning of the next arc, but I don't know. I have a personal soft spot for the Great Hall arc because I used to lead up. I would used to lead up to re-experience the deviation of like Chapter 40. Yeah, that is if like you lump that in. I think you kind of can, and I think that there's an argument that you don't, but that's more than fine. It like Chapter 40 is undeniably where like I think people really started to actually pay attention to my streams further. I was getting a lot more people showing up around then, and that was just like a huge arc. It like a huge chapter was Chapter 40. I adore it. It's one of the most profound endings or / maybe beginnings to an arc. Incredible. It's just fucking wild. I cried. Like if you guys look back at that, like if you guys like look back at like my reaction to that, I was so devastated. I was already crying about Ollie and Kiefer then. And then like I got whiplash at the end. It scared the shit out of me. It was insane. Now I get what you mean. Chapter 40 feels like it should fade back to show title card end of part 1. kinda. I think that's how I mostly feel about it for sure. That's interesting because Chapter 40 is the culmination of Kiefer and Ollie's relationships issues in the Great Hall arc. Yeah, I very much agree with that. It definitely is. There's some wiggle room, but I definitely think that like Chapter 40 is, there is maybe an argument, but yeah, I think I lean in your way. Ooh, now that we're talking about it, do I think, the Great Hall or Serpent? No, I thought, shit, you guys are fucking with my head. Oh god, I don't know if I don't know if I want to change my answer. Oh, do I? No, it's okay. No, whatever. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just shit. Whatever. So yeah, that is kind of like how I feel. I love both of them so much. I just think I think about Serpent Pack Cave like quite a lot more. Well, I think about Chapter 40 a lot more, and I don't know. It's complicated for me. Sazaran is cool though. The Ramanons and thematic. I just think like all the little themes that it builds up specific to that arc is what entices me the most about the scope of the entire story. Also, Ramanon is one of the darkest. Oh god, I don't know. I mean, everything with Kiefer is incredibly fucked up and dark. I don't know. I think I just like the political aspect of that so much in Ramanon. The political scope of that, like getting much bigger. I mean, all things considered, I think this is fitting because I think the Serpentback Cave and the Great Hall are like, they need to be side by side. Can we agree with that? Is that like they're so close together in how they handle content, and like the parallel from Ramanon to like the Great Hall, they're so close already that like, I don't know, like it kind of makes sense that I literally, not even really thinking about it, just, you know, put them side by side. So I don't know. They both elevate each other so much. Gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna like just check this really quick. Give me 1 second. I gotta make sure that I don't spoil anything. Oh, okay, here we go. Alright. So this is going to be do I put it this way? Ooh, I don't know. This is fucking with my head. Okay. So I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the actually that's going on. But you guys kind of like predicted it already. But we will structure it this way. So what we have is the Silver Night Festival. Everything with Custis and the lead up to that. That's where we're at. That is an amazing part of the story. I immediately was hooked by it. And then Silverwood, which is everything to do with Keyfree and Ollie's backstory. Some of the best material I've ever read, period. And I need that to be like completely, utterly clear to everybody. And then there's like this, ultimately. It's Silver Eve. But in my mind, this whole entire thing is so goddamn close. Valence, Leech, like stuff like this. I have no idea. Because like in my mind, I kind of feel like this. I kind of feel like just doing this right now. Because in my head, that whole stretch is just, this is all one arc. This is the saga. This is just a saga in my mind. So as much as like I can like maybe fight here, I think that's just like ultimately like where it like ends up feeling like, you know, is that there's like kind of a fight between these two, because in my head, this is the entirety of that arc, of that like entire thing. And then there's like Silverwood, right? So I don't know. I have no idea. It's just, it fucks with my head so bad. All I can say is that when I was talking about rereading content, I was rereading most of Silver Eve, like in preparation for like this stream. I cried so many times that like, I think the bulk of my cries that I talked about earlier was just me going through this content again. Oh my God. It just messes me up so bad. Oh, it makes me so, these two right next to each other is everything that I could want in like Witch Hat. And like, mind you, I've talked about like some pacing issues here and there with like Silver Eve. Like not everything pays off exactly as it could. It's like a lot of it's just like setup material. But at the end of the day, I am more than just like wowed by like the highs. The highs absolutely just engulf everything that I could love about the story. You know, it's just unfucking believable. So I think if you wanted my full take, it's either of these two every single day. If I was lumping in all of its content, if you want to talk about the most concise content in the story, it would be these two. These two are the most concise peak of the entire story, period. But like, what has the highest highs for me is probably these two. These two probably have like the highest highs for me, I think. It's like it's uncontested for me. You've been calling the backstory arc as the tassel arc in my head. That's a really nice one, Alm. I like that. It really is like all one mark for me at this point. Oh my God. Being able to binge it, I just am in love with it. It's just, it drives me crazy. Also, Silver Eve almost all happening in a single night is just insane. It really is. There's so many aspects and perspectives going on. It's unbelievable. The ranking being almost chronological is a testament to just how consistently better Witch Hat gets with each arc. I agree. That's what I was kind of messed up by, because I thought I was going out of order when I was like, Draconic over this part. And then I thought about it and I said, no, I think Tarda's little section makes me cry so unbelievably much. The thing with Tarda, holy shit. Oh my God. I don't know. It really does. I agree a lot, Aline. It's a story that very comfortably just gets better and better every single time it goes into its new section. It's just, I always thought that it would slow down and it would just get like really noticeably just worse or like it never did. It never ever did. It is one of the best paced stories I've ever experienced, probably, and it might remain that way. We'll see with the next arc. We'll see what happens. Yeah, hopefully it stays that way, but this would be also a good time to slow down. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's crazy. One night. Oh my God. Also, here, I'll add like one more little negative if you guys want to hear it, because this will extend to even though this is like probably my favorite content, just another addition of a negative, and I'll see how you guys feel. I was a bit surprised that I didn't see more fatality with the giant leech. And I thought, while looking the content, that somebody would use the reaction image of Custis saying something like, well, it's just a leech bite. What is it supposed to do? But I was a bit surprised that I didn't see more fatality. And I thought, like, as a good way to show that people were dying without showing it was all the blood and everything. But it also just shows the power and balance of, like, the witches, like, so potently well. So, you know, I do think about it. I'm just like, man, that was such a massive event. I'm surprised everyone kind of was okay except for Dagda. A lot of emotional trauma for sure, but I very much expected a lot more consequence with what happened, but that's okay. It's not like it's not thematically in line with what the story is saying. But yeah, that's about it. Also, take care, Cheese. I'm really glad you enjoyed the stream. I'd love to have you back. Bye bye. Plus the Serpentback Cave is also good in pacing and visuals. Oh, the visuals. Oh my God. Shirama is like one of the greatest artists ever. I sometimes take for granted how amazing Witch Hat looks until I read it back to back over and over and over again. And I'm just like, this is unbelievably gorgeous the entire time. I cannot believe it. Like sometimes I'm like, is the paneling that good? It's obviously peak and amazing at certain times, but I don't know. And then I like reread it and I was like, no, this is like, who's even competing? Like, it's unreal. It's actually unreal. It's one of the best. It probably is my favorite paneled story ever, I think. They really dipped out, like, they're fast. We didn't see any like cleanup yet. Yeah, no cleanup. I was surprised that like we didn't get to see more of the cleanup aspect of the leech and everything. I'm very surprised by that. That's like the one aspect, one of the big aspects where I'm just like, that's just like, that closed the chapter so fast. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if it goes further in the future, and I'm sure it will. But yeah, a bit sad that was so accelerated. To be honest, I like the fact that the main reason no one died was the actions of Custis and Dean and the Outsiders. Yeah, I do like that. It still is of consequence for sure. The world has shifted, and it's probably going to become more drastically terrifying going here on out. I think the lack of consequence is what making the world balance go bleh. Yeah. I think that's like very important to the aspect of the story. I just would have been fine if there was just like, you know, maybe a few more we got to see. I don't know. But yeah. The paneling in Ramadan specifically gets me. It's really good. It's disgustingly good. So yeah, I mean, that's the arc ranking. It's not too much I have to say because, like, I mean, quite frankly, you guys like know everything that I have to say. And we've been talking for a bit. I think that Silver Eve the saga, this part of the story in Silverwood represents everything in the story to me. This is everything thematically that the story has to offer and more. It means so much. I think of Coco. This was the arc where like Coco just became a generational character to me. I love it unbelievably much. I don't like Coco gets me so emotional. So yeah, there you go. There's the arc ranking. And now we're gonna move along to character ranking. It is time to show off who it is that I think is where. And just like kind of the characters that I think about the most, some additional comments. What do we think? What do we think, guys? Who is it gonna be? We're gonna go to, what is it? I think it's, what's my numbers here? I think I am on, is it 16? So I want to show one character off that I think about quite a bit. Where does Brush Buddy? Oh, I don't know. Well, the 0. 0. So character ranking. Are you guys ready? Do you guys want to make a prediction on who my favorites are? Because you can. Agat, Custis, Coco, and Beldery are my faves. Those are some amazing faves. I love that a lot. Oh my god. Honestly, okay, I'm gonna have to hide this for a second because there's a ranking that I need to do that I'm like, you know what? They are way higher. Honestly, like they're way higher than I'm giving them credit. Hold on. I need to get them now. I'm gonna move them. One sec. Because we were talking about someone earlier, and I'm just like, no, I have to make them higher. One sec. Oh my god. Okay. Is that right? Okay, sorry. Just setting things up. Oh my god. No, how do I stop that? Sorry, I'm just like mumbling to myself, like, well, I'm trying to fix this up. Okay. Oh, this character. Oh, this character is so good. I can't. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh god, I don't know anymore. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I wanted. Why did I even make it rank? I never make rankings anymore. It's stupid. Oh god. Okay. You know what? Yeah, screw it. Let's go for it. Shit. Okay. Oh, here we go. Make sure that's okay. And all right, perfect. All right, we're gonna hide this. I think this is good. Sorry, I had to make an adjustment. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. Number 1 tie between Coco, Keyfree, Custis, Ali, Agat, maybe Tarda. We'll see. We'll see. I wonder who mine could possibly be. Jokes aside, Lelusi Tati. I knew you're a big Lelusi fan. Rankings are stupid. True, Dragon. True. But we will feed either way. All right, one sec. I'm gonna delete that. All right, here we go. So the first character that I think about, like when I think of like as a favorite, and I'm sure it's gonna feel different to some people, and like they might be like, well, why not this character? Don't worry about that. I love all the cast. Don't worry. But just for the sake of brevity, Dagda is on my list of favorites. And I mean, like, what do you say about Dagda? I mean, I just like, I don't know. It's one of those characters that you don't really need to explain, probably, in the story. Because every single time that they talk, about music and what it is that they left and their son and how they feel about fate, the ways in which they cared about the story, the way that they've just been kind of tragedy cord for the plot. I mean, they definitely can probably to some people feel a little bit like a device. I think that's kind of reductive, all things considered. I do kind of agree. But I do think that, like, whenever Dagda talks, anytime Dagda talks, the warmth and the things that I love about Custis and, you know, the plot and the premise of, like, how they learn to, like, do music and, like, how they tried to, like, fend for him. It makes me so unbelievably emotional when he steals away, taking away Custis's comfort, and he just sits by the tree being like, this'll help. Oh, the way that he handles taking on his own death the way he does just fucking ruins me. Every single line that Dagda has ruins me. And I'm sure that other people are going to be like, oh, like, why can't we do more complex? No, I don't care. I just see Dagda and I get emotional. I don't care. That's just how I feel. You know, I just love what he brings to the story. And I think there's a lot of room to just, like, really think about his relationship and his warmth. It just gets to me so much. Dagda only 16. I forgot how many. I honestly was going to think about adding more characters, so I wasn't sure what would happen. Okay. Yeah, oh, goodness gracious, I couldn't get over it. So anyway, Dagda is great. Anyway, let's get into the next one. I say with all the love in the world for Dagda. It's just protect at all costs character. I don't know much more you can say about it. That just means something to me. Next, so this is 15. Oh, look at that. Dean Roll D. I probably spelled that wrong, actually. I love Dean Roll D, and they're a character that, like, has so much potential. They are, like, one of my potential maxers when it comes to the story. They have so much to offer. They have one of the rawest moments of the entire story. Their conversation with Beldery and the whole thing about magic and just what is it? Oh yeah, like a facade. What is it? Like a control, like masquerading as a helping hand or something. Oh my God, I absolutely love Dean. Dean is so unbelievably good, and you know, he's just like going to add even more depth to the story, even more stakes to the story, and I just think, like, it'll never stop with, like, him being just something special and just, like, an interesting cog. I was a bit disappointed at parts of Dean, but, like, not at all, like, is it, like, in terms of how he's written and, like, what he means. I think he has so much going on for him, and he will unbelievably just, like, be one of my favorites. Like, towards the very tippy top of my head at some point. I don't think about Dean as much, but when I do think about Dean, I just go, wow, holy shit. Like, that guy is going to cook the entire story at some point. More than he has already. The bow to Belda. Oh, holy shit. Oh my God. He loves his wife. Yeah. His wife is interesting too. Man, God. His design, he's one of the sexiest motherfuckers in the story. He's one of the hottest pieces of shit in the entire story, man. He looks so fucking good. Oh my God. It's just, when he has his shirt off, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh, holy shit. The old man Yowie? Dog, I don't know. Maybe I'll make Dean higher. I don't know. Just talking about him. I don't know what it is. He's so fucking good. I don't know. Maybe I will make... You know what? I'm going to make him higher. Hold on. I got to hide this. I'm making him higher. I'm going to make him higher. Holy shit, no, he's gonna be too high. Oh, he's so high now. Oh my god, hold on. Let me move. Oh no. Oh, that's just how it works, huh? That's just how it is. Fuck. Okay, now what? Screw it. Dog, he's so good. It's sickening. Okay, here we go. Oh, I like just talking about him further. I'm just like, you know, fuck it. Pretty privileged. He is hot, yeah. Hot point pushed him up. No, no. I was already thinking about it, but then okay. Maybe. Okay, so now I hope I didn't mess up this line. Yeah, he went up like to 13. I'm so fucking sorry about that. If evil, why hot? It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. No takesies, backsies. Shush. Okay. Alright, so 13 now is Dean. Next, Uini. I mean, I love Uini. Uini is gonna be the character that also has like a very much high potential. I just really love how they were handled and everything to do with just like their strength and all the conversations about hiding. Oh my god, how fast it was they were to learn, how fast they were to like really relate and then catch wind with Richie. I find Uini so deeply relatable, and I just think that like how he's learning with Elira now, and when he comes in and like tries to save Coco and like forbidden magic, and how much he's like kind of reinvented his life, it makes me really emotional. And I love seeing this like boy just like do very well for himself now that he's like pushed past all the bullshit that like led up to it. I think he, in his relationship to being like, but I like being the dog, I like being comfortable and putting on the scale wolf cloak and everything, and then shedding the scale wolf. Like there's one thing about like talking about Richie, but there's another thing of Uini taking the leap and believing in Richie and their dynamic, and he runs out into the middle of a big vacant field, but all the scales fall off, and he comes back and they hug, and it's, oh my god. Yeah, and he's just like a little cutie patootie. He's just like a little pinchable cheek boy. He's just so cute. Oh, it's one of the greatest moments of the story is just Uini and Richie's relationship for how short it is. And I love how like love struck he gets too. He like thinks back on it. He's like, oh Jesus, what was I thinking? Oh, it's so cute. As a former wallflower with imposter syndrome, I love him. I do too. I do too. He's great. And like how he recognizes, he's so quick to learn, and all he needed was that push, and the whole symbolism with the cloak, the shadow, him embodying a shadow that's empowering. Amazing. I love it so much. Uini could be hand-cannon is non-binary. That's cool. Mustached. I like that. Uini come back. I would love nothing more. Him and like Elira. Oh god, I would love nothing more. Now 14 is, oh, I might be moving them. Yutoan is the next character that I've been thinking about. Yutoan's great. I mean, like, look, there's so much gay representation. Yutoan is awesome. And God, he has, I love his like laissez-faire and lax attitude towards like his job. But then he also seemingly like locks in at times too. Gosh, he's just like his like whole relationship with like Aesthete and like his whole, you know what? maybe, I don't know. My lucky number 14. Above my boy. I don't know. Yutoen is so good. You didn't expect Yutoen to see it on the list at all? I think he's great. I think Yutoen's awesome. Oh man, now I'm just talking about, dude, does my list hold on. Do I dare? Yeah, I'm doing it. Well, fuck it. I look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna put Dean right down there. Dean Reldy. I love Yutoen. Oh my god, dude. Like, he's got so much going for him. I love that he feels so bad and like punishes himself and runs into the middle of the field and thinking that like he deserves to be isolated and alone. And then that he like runs onto Aesthys in the way that he does. The whole starstruckness and kind of the darkness that he has too. Yutoen is very... he's kind of brutal in a lot of ways. He will willingly fight for Aesthys, and his relationship with him is so rich and interesting. I enjoy like how raw he is. He's like when he talks about the soldier on the field, despite how like lazy he kind of feels, or like kind of back in the corner. He just has a lot of charisma too. I love Yutoen. I think he's great. Also, something, Yutoen, Ollie, Aesthys, key, free parallels. Yeah. Gay as hell. Unbelievably gay as hell. Love to see it. Next. Oh. We have Custis. Well, I mean, I don't know what else to say, but Custis is one of the most important characters of the entire thing. I have friends who don't actually care that much about Custis at all, but Custis is like unbelievably good, and just so full of emotion. I love how like thoughtful he is. One of the moments that I think some people can miss, because a lot of his like material is like drenched in a lot of melodrama, in a lot of like feelings and problems and just bitterness, and how he's this, like snap and like wants to be proven like wrong time and time again. God, I absolutely love the way that like Custis is like portrayed in the rest of the story. He's just he is just the star. The whole thing about fate and like how he looks at fate, his love for Coco, and then like also seemingly his like a distance away from it. He's just incredibly good. He is such a masterfully done character, and I love him so much. I see you guys saying that Custis is too low. I actually don't disagree. Do you guys want me to move stuff around again? I'm gonna make a point of this later, but you'll see later. Custis is basically an entire thesis of the story. He is like the embodiment of so much of like the struggles, and he is the perfect problems imposed upon him. He is so much the poison that was drenched on him in the culture, and the stuff with the bird, and how easy it was for him to like give up on fate, but then also like to easily fall back on it. Oh God, I absolutely love the way that like that is like portrayed, and Jesus, I don't know, I can't help but he's just like so multi-layered. He's so multifaceted. I don't know. He really could be just like a top 4, a top 1. Whatever you want to make him, he is just so much that defines the story. Honestly, I don't know. Look here. I have a point to make, and you guys will see it later. But let's keep it going, because I'm saying a lot about the characters, but you'll see. Hugs, we may bully you, but this ranking in your opinion is all good. We're just having fun. No, I know. Look, this dance is not new to me. It's very fun. But you must really love the top 11 if he's like 12. It's very fair. I don't know. You'll see. Next, I'm going to put it on right now. Ooh, do I want to say more about Custis? I don't know. He has so much potential. He has so much he's like about to do and be. It's just very exciting. Next. Oh my god. This is where like people could hate me. People might hate me for this one. I mean, look, I don't know how to say it because it just seems so he's basically a potential maxer. Why did I say he? What the hell is going on with me? They are like such a potential maxer. Hugs? The thing about Egwene is that as short-lived as they are on the screen, as small times as they have on screen, I cannot deny every single time that I see Egwene and I just get so fucking hyped. When I saw Egwene at the end of Silver Eve, oh, dude, that was one of the most fucking, like, hype shit things I've ever fucking had in my entire life. I just love them. I love them so much. They are, like, my little mastermind. Like, they're just so enigmatic. Putting bombs on babies, like, their relationship to it, how easy it was for them to just get fucking pissed that Coco doesn't listen. They just have this weird eccentric aspects to them, and they're so esoteric, they're so weird, and just the performance, the aura farming, everything is just, God, I love them so much. And I said it to this day when we talked about episode, I believe, I think it's 7, where there's Egwene, basically, they're sitting on the perch, and they basically sit there and they talk about the poison of their hands, and wondering when will this lie ever like truly be gone. Because like, here's the thing, as much as Custis is amazing, I think so much about what led Egwene to be where they are, to be in like a hot spot be ahead of the Brimcaps. I'm sorry, my mind goes wild. Custis is a defined character at this point, and they have so much room to grow. They're so multidimensional, but I can't lie that whenever I see Egwene, I just go, you have so much in store for me. Like, they just have so much in store for me. They have one of the best designs in the entire thing. That's just like how I feel. I like, at the end of the day, I just feel so much for this character, for just the small little things that they have. It's a potential maxer. I understand how some people might feel that comes off, but that's just the reality of it. I just feel that way. Valence Leech in top 5 trust? Oh, I don't know. That random woman who radicalized Satya is number 1. So true, Elm. Yeah, like, I trust, I want you guys to just trust the process. You'll see. Shaking my bochi. What the hell, guys? Hold on. Okay. Egwene just, I don't know. They represent so much of the darkness of the story. They represent so much. There's maybe an implication that Egwene is also connected to like Keyfree, in the way that they deny Keyfree and everything. I don't know, dog. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so much theory crafting with them. They are my most fun to like imagine. I know how it is, but yeah, that's how it is. Next, twin clone theory. Yeah, maybe. Next is 10. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest. Leloucie, just, I don't know. I think when I think about Leloucie, that is also just a character that's like in the works right now, and I'm so excited about them, and I'm so happy with the material and the subject matter that they give to Leloucie and like how she feels. I love her. I think that she's so cool. I love how she like gets a little bit like cutesified. Like she sees the brush buddy, she grabs it. I love how like dorky she can kind of get. I love how she's kind of found herself in this position, how she stood up the way that she did, all the problems that she went through, and like how she's still open and she's still so young to it. She's able to like rework these things, and I have so many things that I think that she could do, and she's gonna pay off. And I don't know, whenever I see Leloucie, I'm like, oh my god, she represents such a refreshing aspect to the story, and it's just like hard to put off. Oh man, I'll say this right now. No. Look, I'm gonna just lead you guys astray for a second. Just trust in the process. You'll see. Kiss her? Oh, I wish. She's amazing. I forgive you now. I fucking love Leloucie. I don't know. She's amazing. She's one of the most interesting parts of like the Knights Morales, and Yutoan has so much material. Leloucie has so much material. I don't know. It just connects with me so much how that was handled. You know, I just can't help it. I can't fit what I want to say in 200 characters. I'm so sad. I'm so sad you can't sad me so. Wait, sorry. I'm not sad. You're sad. Oh shit. Yeah, that's my take. Next. Oh, I almost did the other line. There we go. I moved them around because we were talking about them. I moved them around because I was talking about them. And, you know, quite frankly, like when I think about a character that like means so much, is so ripe for interpretation and like understanding like why it is that they way that they are and how they care, and like all the hangups that they have and the darkness that I think exists in this character as well, just really kind of like enraptures me at times. It's just like Beldery just seems like they are so like the way that they try to raise Kefri as a way of patching up their own loneliness, the way that they've been discriminated against in society, but still finding their way into being probably a wise one. There's just a lot like their relationship to Coco and how easy it was, but kind of difficult at the same time it was for him to kind of go along with her and take the risk that he did. His relationship to showcasing, and he just gets so proud of himself and just whimsical and weird, and he just looks so beautiful. The ways that he gets excited about Dean actually taking things on, he gets frustrated, and he gets competitive himself a little bit, almost out of necessity. He's got some of the most eloquent wording of the entire story. He is definitely a pawn in the system in such a bad way, but he's just so interesting. The parallels to Kefri, his taking him on, like standing up for him at times too when he could, but also not sure how he can connect. Oh, I'm gonna get emotional thinking about it. Jeez, I love Beldery, and I think that he's just phenomenal. I think he's amazing, and just multifaceted as well. I think some people might sleep on Beldery. They might love him because he's a fun maxer or something, but I think he's great. You know, I think there's so much to him. So what can I say? Yeah, exactly. The design, yeah, Leloucy's great. I totally agree, Topig. Oh God. But yeah, that's just kind of like how I feel, you know. Now, next. Oh, I mean, look, honestly, could be lower, you know, honestly, depends on the day. All I can say is that, like, Aesthees, I love this child beefing moron, you know? I see him, I get hyped by him, I love how radical he is, I love how afraid he is. I love that, like, he, even against his own subordinates, has almost a cult-like religious defense of what it is that he's supposed to be protecting. He is so just weird. He's enigmatic. He gets reflective. He's just kind of suffering most of the time as well. Like, he just, like, kind of is a moody little rain cloud whenever he does anything. And it contrasts a lot of the other people of the Knights Morales quite a lot. He's, like, both the leader. He's the one who, like, corralled everybody and, like, means something to so much. How Aesthees talk to Leloucy. How he's such a fucker when it comes to, like, the way that he treats people at times. And I just think that he's so ripe for progression. I think that he will have probably the longest standing antagonism of the story. I do not see Aesthees being shakeable, and so much of his unshakable resolve is exactly what's going to make him one of the most engaging and interesting character pieces of the entire story, I think. He's so fascinating. He's so weird. It's so funny to make fun of him. It's so funny. Like, he just sees a kid, he scowls. You know, like, it's just, I can't, man. And he looks gorgeous. He just aura farms all the time. I think he's fucking great. And I can't get over him, you know? Anytime he's on screen, I'm just like, I lock in. I'm like, there he is, man. There's that fucking loser. He's, like, such a great loser in the best ways possible. I mean, like, the fact that he brings, like, Contran, he's, like, so determined. Just something about a character that's just, like, so determined, you know? God, I love that a lot. Aesthees is a guilty pleasure. He is. He's evil, intimidating. I love him so much. He's just so weird. And, like, I've said it before, I don't really like how he was handled exactly. I think that, like, the way that all wraps up is a bit too fast, but him as a character is not shy of just being so cool, you know? Yeah, he's so miserable, man. I love how miserable he is. Oh my God. I know that to some people probably in the community, this is going to be a bit shocking that I want to showcase him so much, but I really do love him. I really do love him a lot. God. Anyway, number 9. Oh, next page. Oh God, I don't want to spoil. Is that right? Oh God, I hope the number's right. Tarda. Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a character that has gotten me more emotional than let's say the most recent episode, and, like, you know, just how he talks and, like, his progression and his thoughts. He is one of the best characters in the entire story. I think he is fantastic in pretty much every single scene that he's in. I don't know. He's unbelievably good. He's unbelievably amazing. And I don't know. I can't get over him. I just can't. There's never been a time where I just said, Tarda's not really well handled here. Nah, Tarda, I just don't know. I just don't know where he's at right now. I don't know. Tarda is perfect. he's one of the most perfect characters in the whole story, quite frankly. And I don't know what to say. Like, he's like, it's rare that like he goes through as many arcs as he does, how he relates to Coco and is a bit mystified. He like inspired by her, the way that he feels like a guilty, like a burden to people, the way that he takes on Custis, and the way that he constantly unthinks, like, is this actually right? The way he confides in Coco and is like there for her, and the way that he just like gets so skeptical and out there and brave, and he's so interesting and just so cute. He's just like a little cutie. He represents so much of the story. Like, we want to talk about Custis representing the story, which 100% true. I think Tarda also represents so much of the story in so many ways. One of the first characters to introduce this like aspect of disability. And man, I remember someone the other day said that they were colorblind, or I think maybe blind in general. And they were saying that as soon as they saw Tarda on like the recent episode of, oh God, I'm going to get emotional. That when they saw Tarda represented in the recent Witch Hat episode, they like sobbed their eyes out, that they felt like they were seen. And God, that just, oh, like, oh God, I don't know, like Tarda is just like, oh, amazing, you know. He's just like, he's so thoughtful. He's also just so idealistic and flawed as well. Like the way that like he goes like, oh yeah, like these brim caps, I'm just gonna go along with them, but don't worry, I won't be convinced by them. It's fine. Don't worry, I'm skeptical too. Oh man, I love him so much. I love his issues. I love his thought process. When he sits at the boat and talks about like one of the first things he wants to do is make something for Coco. Amazing. I love that he gets love struck. I love him so much. Tarda is just so good. They didn't like that scene? Really, Toe? Oh my God, I do not relate to that at all. Yeah, he's not overcoming. He's accommodating. Crazy that we would word it that way. Yeah, his flaws and mistakes are what make him so much more interesting to me. I think it's fantastic where his character is going. Yeah, the direction, the trajectory that he's going on right now is really great. You don't condone? I totally get where he's coming from. I think Tarda's awesome. God, he's so good. Oh, he's so good. I just get he's one of the characters I get the most emotional about just thinking about. Next, we're getting into the tops. Richie. Well, I mean, I think Richie is fantastic. I think that she's so socially awkward. She's so weird. I love how superhero she gets. All the stupid, she get into like weird poses for no reason. She has such determined expressions all the time. The way that she just locks in and talks to Uini and talks about hiding, but then also gets chastised by a got later for the same lesson that bolstered and gave Uini strength, of still kind of being stuck a bit as a child, how she felt when what happened with Rilifin did. And, I have, friends who relate a lot to Richie, and I think that it helps bolster my appreciation for Richie as like someone who's right in my sights right now. But I think Richie is just like one of the points of the story where she still has so much to do. I love how she butts heads at times. I love all the cool poses that she does. She's just so cute. She's so fun. And I think that like she's just a really interesting portrayal of like magic and being a bit of an individual and finding herself as she like comes to like the water and sees herself in the animal. And I just think, wow, that part just enriched me. How she gives up her pride and like goes to talk to Ollie. How she like has been just like kind of goofing around and doing the business stuff. I think she's just so good, you know. Like I think that like Richie, I've talked about her so many times. She's incredible, and I think that like she'll never slow down from being someone that I think about as changing the entire complexion of the story for me, and how that's handled her relationship with Uini, the promise that she made, the way that she made the rings and everything, how that touches everybody. She's so awesome. There's so much about Richie in her actions that speaks so many volumes, you know? And as soon as like you ask Richie what it is that she thinks, she's like so goofy. She wants to eat all the time. She just, I don't know. She's so cute. And I don't know. I love thinking about her. Whenever I see Richie on the screen, I smile. I'm just so happy to see her. August, have you seen recently all the fan art of Richie? What? Oh no, I have seen that. I don't really agree, but I get where they're coming from. I don't necessarily see like, what is it, the Freeran child thing? I don't really see it that way at all, but that's me. The artwork is really good though. I think Freeran and like WitchChat have some of the biggest like art pushes I've seen like online and Twitter. It's really, really nice. I have her up at top. Someone told me they see why I like her, since she doesn't like do anything. No, she does do things. She didn't do anything for Silver Eve as much, but I think that's like perfectly fine. As I said, I'm more than expecting her to have more material later. And again, Richie is still an incredibly efficient character in despite of that, you know? Like, she kind of has like a comfortable role right now, but I don't think that like absolves her of all the complexities that existed before it. Richie is my fave of the girls on a purely emotional level, but I think Coco and Agata are the best written. I see. On a surface level, she appears to be like kind of laid back, unbothered person who digs good sleep and food. Yeah, on like a superficial level, but I think like once you like push her to like something that's very personal to her, it comes out in the greatest way possible. God, she's so good. Yeah, she cares so much by her actions, though never expresses it. She's weird. She's awkward. And I love that about her. Oh, she's so great. She's so good. I love how blunt she is. She's like, stupid test. I feel like everybody knows a Richie is like how I feel about Richie. Everybody knows a Richie. She's so awesome. Okay. 5 is next one. Yeah, she does a niece energy. That's so nice. 5. Well, I mean, look, if anybody was in my stream, and if you don't know me, that's fine. I'll explain myself. But if anybody who knows me in my stream, was this really a surprise? I've said it before. Titia is a character who I think there is very fair argument that she just doesn't have a lot in the story, quite frankly. She just doesn't have that focus. She doesn't have that big giant moment. There's no big backstory, nothing like that yet. Even her inclusion in the last arc was very, very minor. And I want more, and I would be annoyed if there was not more. But that being said, all that being said is that Titia still has some of the best potential. Like, you can see the grains of potential sprinkled all throughout the story. even the stuff that repeats, such as the thank you sentiment, how kind of like repetitive that can almost seem, almost is like her coping at the same time with who knows what. And she's just so cute. All the poses, everything she does, even if Tatia is one of the most underutilized characters in the story in a way, she is also equally one of the most relatable characters in the entire story for me personally. Because like, even if it's like a sprinkle, every sprinkle, I'm just like, I love her so much. I don't care. She's amazing. I probably will be one of the most obvious riders for Tatia. I will ride this train of like, Tatia, I love you so much, probably to the end of the story. I don't think that'll probably change. I think she is like my daughter. She's my special daughter. I love her so much, and I can only go up from here is how I feel. So Tatia's great. I love her a lot, and yeah, we talked about it. She just moves me. Ever since she was willing to call Coco outsider that one time while being so nice and thinking of herself as so nice, only to shock herself. Fuck. You know? That's my trans daughter. I love her so much. The whole, my God, everything to do with clothing. Amazing. They deal with a Leo? Yeah, exactly. You've written out a full headcanon? Really sad. That's so cool. The bombshell. It's going to happen. The Tatia arc is going to be a bombshell. And I promise you, she will rot my brain. She will rot my brain. As soon as Tatia said, thank you for the thanks, I loved her immediately. I cannot stress that I was just like, this girl is the best ever. Oh, she's so good. She's so amazing. She was like a Discord profile picture for a long time. I probably would have Tatia as a profile picture as well. But that, you know, this is my fate. I'm ready for it. I'm telling you, look, if 5 years from now I don't get a Tatia arc, I'm going to lose my mind. I really would. But I want to see it. I want to see it. We'll see. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to say this very safely. These top 4, oh my God, it never stops. These are some of the best written characters ever for me. 4. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do you say about a god? A god is... I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say about a goat. I really don't. This is a character where I just think about this character. Oh my God, it just happened as I was saying it. Fuck. Oh God, Jesus. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus Christ. That fucking hit me really hard. What I was going to say. What I was going to say is that whenever I think about a god, I get emotional. And there you go. There you go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry again. Every time I think about a god in the way that she talks to Coco on that stage, and they spin around, and then she gently lets go of her hands. Holy shit. What a fucking character. Oh my God. She's like so... Oh, she's so unbelievably good. Like, it's like sickening. Oh, good. I mean, like, you guys have seen me talk about a god more than enough times. There's that character is, they've had like probably my biggest cries of the entire story. Jeez, everything to do with, oh my God. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know. It's I don't know. We've spent so much time. There's just nothing I can say. I just love them. The dynamic with Coco, her dynamic with Coco is one of my favorite dynamics in anything. Jesus Christ. You guys are gonna make me cry again. You know why? Because I was gonna say her dynamic is one of my favorites, and it's like right up there with like Gon and Killua. Oh God. And if you guys don't know how I feel about Gon and Killua, Jesus Christ. Oh fuck. Jesus. Yeah, God is so important to me. The lesbian representation. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna have to do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I don't care. Hi, Tintia. Welcome in. We're crying? Yeah, a little bit. She's so Killua. She's so Killua. It's insane. Oh my God. Oh God. Well, okay. Look, is there any more words that I need than that? I mean, I can, but if you guys want, you already know what I think. So what does that leave with 3? Can you guess? I bet you guys can. Alrugio. Well, I didn't see this coming, honestly. I'm gonna be honest. You know, maybe it's just because of how close it is, but Ollie is just so unbelievable, and like how they're written and how they talk with like with Keyfree, and how they've grown up, and all that they have to do with forgiving Keyfree over and over and over again. The fact that he is the inspiration for why Coco got into magic, his relationship to fire and warmth, and how it is that like he basically became a lot more exactly what Keyfree needed him to be forever. He resigned himself to that. He hated so much of himself at the same time. The grief that he feels, the horror that he like underwent, the ways in which he is the star. Oh God. And just all the implied history that he had, the respect and love that he has built up with Ollie, like Ollie has had with Keyfree over and over again. And this is like the really fucked up thing about Ollie, is that, you know, Ollie is technically, he's a character who's kind of complicit in the system as well at times, but he's also so he's so inventive, he's so thoughtful, he's always really working hard, and yeah, oh God, Celine, why'd you say that? The sky's kindest, most radiant star. Oh. I absolutely love how Ollie has been written, and you know, he has basically, like, if you really think about Ollie, like really think about this, is that Ollie probably would be so drastically a different person and a different everything to Keyfree, to society at large, his whole hero complex and everything. He would be so different if he just wasn't losing his memory all the time, and he didn't have that aspect where like Ollie, like if Ollie learned about what Keyfree was, he would probably change his entire opinion on some of the things that he feels. But over and over again, he believes him and forgives him every single time. And he just loses it. He loses the ability to change in ways that would completely alter his relationship to society in the way that it is altered for Keyfree. And yeah, I can't get over that. I can't get over who he remained and who he still is, and just how goofy he gets. The fact that Ollie helped throw the party when they came back in 90, I think it's 94 or 90. Yeah, I think it's 94. And Keyfree goes, "Did you throw this? Did Ollie help you?" And he goes, "Oh, well, maybe I did." And I love that Ollie is so accurate as like a real life quote tsundere, because with other ones, like other tsundere, like they punch and they get like super out there and violent and all sorts of shit. But with Ollie, he kind of plays up like the little bit of, no, not really. He's not doing any "you idiot" bakas or anything. He's just going, "Oh, maybe I did. But who knows?" Like he's just, oh, he's so fucking cute. Oh my, Ollie as a little baby is so adorable, and his relationship to grief and just hero complex, how that relates to like Coco. Jesus Christ, he just wrecks my brain. Yeah, it's like he's like a very realistic like version of it in a lot of ways, you know? I love Ollie so much. He also became like the hottest character in the story for me. Dude, Ollie is so fucking hot. And I didn't see it coming at all. People come in for Keyfree, but as soon as like you get to learn more about Ollie is just, he's so hot. He's so hot, man. God, I love him so much. Yeah, Ollie's an adult too. Yeah, and like he's like the thing is that Ollie is an adult, but he's still kind of like stuck in time. It's just fucked. It's so fucked. Just the kind of guy I am. Oh, he's so amazing. He's so amazing. He gets embarrassed, but in the end, he somewhat admits his feelings. Yeah, he's so thoughtful. He's so emotional. The fact that like he goes, what did he say recently, guys? He said something like, "I'm not your master," and then he goes, "I'm your master." What a fucking goofball, man. He's such a goofball. Oh, I love him so much. When he is like fighting with Keyfree back in the past, and like when he talks about lying, when he says sometimes it's okay to lie. Oh, the fact that he's speaking to Keyfree without fully knowing what was going on with him, and as soon as he does, he speed runs the entire library section and then comes back to be like, "I'm gonna submit my life to you. Here's a symbol. My tassels traded off." What the fuck? Like, what the hell? Insane. Absolutely fucking insane how he did that, you know? Oh, dude, what? When he like, when like Keyfree like is actually upset, and then what is it? Ollie goes, "Oh, well, I didn't actually mean it," and like he admits his feelings. He's so goddamn cute. No, don't you understand? We have to grow old together. Oh my god, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I love Ollie way too much. He's Oh, he's everything. He's everything to me. I just adore him so much. Now, guys, I'm gonna leave it to you. I'm gonna leave it to you to decide. We're gonna do a poll, and this is in Twitch chat. I'm sorry I can't do this for YouTube. I very much apologize. YouTube sadly just doesn't have the feature. But we're gonna do a poll. If you want, you can go over to Twitch for a moment. I know this hell site sometimes. But I'm thinking we can do a bet. I'm thinking we can do a bet for at least Twitch. And I would like to see what people in YouTube think, because I still want to hear it anyways. How do you do bets actually? Is there a way to do it? Hold on. I think it's, what is it? Prediction? I think it's prediction. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So we're gonna start a prediction. So, oh goodness, this thing is like broken. Hold on. I gotta move everything around one sec. So I'm gonna say, where is it? Where's my, what is it? I want you to pick Keyfree or Coco. Who ultimately is going to be higher in this race? And before I start the poll, let me just like talk about both of them, because it's obviously going to be either of those two. All right? So before I start, let me just get this out of the way. Keyfree and Coco have one of the most just mind-fucky dynamics of the entire story to me. They have equal weight. Like, I cannot think about Coco without thinking about Keyfree. And it kind of goes for Agat too, but like, I think Keyfree and Coco are so much of the story, the drama, all the problems that exist, all the ways in which they love each other, but they kind of distance themselves from each other, the ways that they don't trust one another, the way that Keyfree is ultimately just, you know, taking use and trying to take advantage of Coco, almost willing to have like wiped her whole memories, but then like holds back his entire feelings on wanting to give up in this world, but still wanting to like make something more of it. The justice that he like wants to participate in, everything to do with the brim caps, his history, is so entrenched. The times that he just almost gives his life away. He contradicts himself all the time. He seemingly loves this witch society and wants Coco to excel in it as like an outsider to it. But he's not an outsider, but he feels that way over all sorts of parts of his life. He just feels ostracized, and he goes, you can participate and have this happy, idealistic part in society. He wants that for them, while also still suffering and still selfish at times. And, you know, I just very much love that, like, he just can't help himself get closer. That when he makes an atelier where he's like, this will stress me out, he keeps reaching forward. The fact that he thinks that Ollie is the star. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell? I everything about Keyfree, his relationship to, oh my God, I'm getting emotional. His relationship to water, his relationship to just society, the way that he is holding back on everything all the time. Oh, I can't get over him. He is a generational character. And Coco, I loved Coco as soon as we started the story. Coco is the daydreamer whose dreams so easily became an unsatisfying reality. And I think like her journey through the story has been some of the most inspirational, some of the most emotional, some of the most, oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Multifaceted and in depth and just weird. I love that she gets like goofy. Same with Keyfree. Keyfree is also just so goofy. Both of them are so goofy, but especially Coco. Coco is the goofiest daughter of all time. The way that she gets airheaded, I relate to Coco so much. If there was two characters that I relate the most to, it's Coco, Tatia. They are so unbelievably just like everything. Like, just the way that like she goes into being a fairy and then she turns into a head and then she just like freaks out. The way that she gets insecure and weird. The way that she becomes such a massive aura farmer and angry and bitter and cynical and, just still trying to work within things and just impulsive at times. She hero complexes in the same way that Ollie does and starts to copy the things that Keyfree does and criticizes him for it and clearly can't stand him at times. It just, oh God, man, their dynamic. Keyfree, all the machinations that he has, all the darkness that he feels at times is so unbelievably ripe and deep and just amazing. Keyfree is just so goddamn good. Coco is so goddamn good. All these characters are just so damn good. But I just happen to think about like these two probably the most. These four probably the most. It just fucks me up. So we're gonna. What is it? Who is number one? Is basically what I'm gonna ask. So, here we go. You have a minute to basically make a decision, and you guys can give me your predictions now in YouTube or whatever. Who do you think is gonna win? Let's see. Coco better. Kuro sleep number one. Fuck, I should have put him in there. Brush Buddy number one? That's so true. Coco. Gotta be Coco. The heart and soul of the story. The child of hope. My ADG self relates so hard to Coco. It's true. It's very true. My number one. I don't know if it's your number one. That's okay. Just take a guess. It's just gauging the feel, you know? The dynamic is the thing that makes the story my favorite manga. Oh, so fucking real. So real. Coco. I bet everything on Coco. I'm going all in. Coco is my number one. I think you picked Keyfree. Okay, we'll see. I'm going to bankrupt myself. Well, I guess we'll have to find out. Did the prediction end? I couldn't actually tell. What is the prediction? Did it stop? Has it been a minute? Oh my God, my sense of time is awful. Let's hope I didn't do it. I don't know. We'll see. You ended a stream because of Keyfree, though. I did. I really did. I really fucking did. Jesus. To be fair, Keyfree is also one of the most interesting and unique characters I've seen in a good while. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Holy shit. Oh my God. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what you think. I put it all on Coco. Unanimous chat decision. You can see me putting Keyfree as chapter one. The stuff with the recent chapters of Keyfree is phenomenal. The fact that like he takes on the role of like basically mother and, just holds on to that fucks me up so bad. It fucks me up so unbelievably bad. I couldn't figure it out, but I'm saying Coco. Well, here we go. Are you guys ready? The answer for the character that I think about the most right now. Do I get the music for it? Is it possible? Ooh, wait. I don't know. We'll see. Nope. Hide your screen, then reveal it. It's Coco. It's Coco and Keyfree. It's Coco, then Keyfree. I mean, like, look, like, if anybody knows the streams and has been following me long enough, how would it had to have been Coco. Now, I have to say this though, and I want this to be as known as possible. And this is what the thing I wanted you guys to wait for. I just want to show, and this is very important that we do this, okay? Right here. If I do this, what do I have? I have a bunch of names that mean all sorts of things to me. And you may think, this is too high, this is too low. At the end of the day, I remove all those ratings. What are we left with? What it was that I said about them and what I felt about them. And at any given day, I'm thinking about them. It's not a competition, you know? And rankings are fun. But they're just a moment in time that reflects just how I feel today. And does not at all reflect that literally in a day from now, I'm going to do this. You know what I mean? Or whatever. At the end of the day, the rankings, they're fun. They represent something about like characters that I'm thinking about in the moment. If these lists are personal to us, you guys are not wrong for thinking Lelouci's your favorite one. Or Custis should be higher. Listen to the things that we talked about today. Think about all the things that we showed and loved, and even how you feel about certain characters, just you think about them more. Always hold on to that, because at the end of the day, this story is special, and it's just cool that we be able to be ourselves and reflect on this little moment in time, you know? It's the same for this. Arc ranking, it's gone, you know? What we have is just a bunch of material we got to talk about today, and I was able to show you how I felt today. And that's really it. That's really it. A true wise one. Yeah. That's what I meant when I said that. Because I really could just do this, you know? It's just a great story. The whole point of this discussion was to talk to you guys about it. And to feel it out with you guys. And to see how you guys felt differently. We're not fighting one another. And literally, I never disagreed that Custis could not be up here or whatever. It's just how it goes. If these are all about our feelings, let's feel it out, you know? That's just it. You're such a centrist. Yeah, that's all I can say. At the end of the day, Shirama is a good-ass writer. It's true. She indeed is. That's about it, guys. That's it. That is pretty much the Witch Hat discussion for basically our wrap up, basically everything that's happened so far. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just a really special story, and I am more than pleased with what it is that I got. Yeah, this was a lot. Now, here's the thing. Do I read the next chapter today? I'll be honest. I want to, because I'm excited about it. But you guys know how these discussions go, and like how much it is that I focus on like the material. I'm not sure if my brain is capable of talking about everything that we have talked about today and then being like, you know what? All right, now it's time for the next thing. I think there is potentially some room this week that I read it this week. But I'm thinking maybe Saturday or tomorrow. Because I just don't know if I can do it today. Unless you guys really, really want it. And if so, I'll end stream here and we'll read some more. But discussion is pretty much over. We've been here for, what is it? Close to 5 hours now? So, you know, I'm still going to read more. This is not the end of Witch Hat. This is not even close to the end of Witch Hat on this channel. As I said, we're going to keep reading more material. We're going to read the cooking Witch Hat as well, especially splicing it up with all the new chapters that come out. That will be be a month from now, not today. Oh yes, I can validate the production in Twitch, by the way. Here, one sec. I'm sure most people won, but it's close. It's really, as I said, it was really close. And at the end of the day, it's whatever. How do I grant you guys a prediction? Choose outcome? Yes, I'm going to choose my outcome. It was 100% Coco. I mean, I guess we were all on the same page. There you go. Get your stuff back. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I want to, like, in my head, in my heart of hearts, I want to just read the material with you. But I'm also like, would it be better handled if I come back with more energy? And we don't want to stretch it like too thin. But also, like, we are kind of here. So I'm thinking about it. It's been a great stream regardless what you do. Thank you. Oh my God. That's so sweet. Yeah, I'm so tempted because I want to be in on the discussion. And also we talked about it, so it would be kind of fresh. Here's what I'll say. I'm actually feeling pretty good right now. I think what we'll do is we're going to end here. And thanks to everybody who watches this VOD. I really hope people watch this. I really want people to get in on the discussion because, you know, I think this is a very complex story and I want people to get in on it. So yeah, thank you all so much for showing up today and talking and hanging out. I'm going to get up. I'm going to, I don't know how much time we're going to have, but I'm going to get up. I'm going to then get some food, probably like, you know, like just take about 10 minutes. And then I think I'll be back. I think I feel very good today. So I think that's what we'll do. That's it, guys. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining the Witch Hat discussion. This was one of the most fun streams I've had. I was so excited for this one. I was so nervous too. I was like, oh gosh, what am I going to say? This story has too many things I have to say about it. Oh God. But I had a great time. I had an amazing time. So thank you all so much. It was nothing but the best. It was as great as I thought it was going to be. You all made it so fun, and we'll be back with more. We'll be back with more in just a bit. We're just going to take a bit of an intermission and continue. But as of chapter 96, this was the catch-up stream, and this was also all my thoughts, criticisms, critique them. Honestly, argue about them. I'm more than open to revising, rethinking things. It's super fun. Thank you all, guys. And I'll see you all later, okay? Be back in just a bit. Thank you for the stream. I really love the discussion. Are you ending the second manga poll today? Yes, I am. I should actually... You are saving my stream for me. I'm going to say it right now, because I said that it was a week, but I think the poll for the manga, I can kind of say here, might be over. And I'm going to look at it right now. I'm going to have a live reaction to the next manga which I need to preface again, because I know some people are going to get tripped up on this. As I I'm going to keep reading more Witch Hat. It's not going to stop. We're still going to discuss it every single time a new chapter comes out. We still have to discuss episodes as well. I haven't even discussed episode... What is it? Episode, what is it, 10? We haven't even discussed that. So don't even worry. We're going to definitely discuss more. This is only for the next manga that will be starting next week, along with the other manga, which is a Seki no Kuni, which we already have confirmed has won the contest for that. But for this contest, for this one, let's see. Let's see what it is. I haven't looked at any of the numbers yet. I've seen comments here and there, but I have not looked at what the percent is. Here we go. Let me pull it up. Okay, so. Ugh, I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. What is it going to be? All right, here we go. Happy Pride Month, by the way, guys. Thank you. Surprise announcement. The winner with 459 votes. God damn. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. It's Medalist, I think. I keep saying Medalist. Medalist fucking wins out. Holy shit. I didn't expect that at all. Oh my god. Well, there you go. That is it. Oh, which, by the way, guys, I want to just say all of these options seemed phenomenal to me. It's why they're there. I think I would love Make the Exorcist Fall in Love. Itchy the Witch has been getting a lot of traction lately. It seems really, really fun. Blue Period seems awesome. It seems it might be kind of hard for stream. I've been told that by Finn, who's one of the mods. She was saying that she's like, it might be a little difficult. I'm not sure. But Medalist, sorry, I keep flipping between them. I heard that Medalist, I would absolutely enjoy on stream a lot. And so I'm super excited for it. And so these other entries, I don't think they're going to go away if you guys are still interested in them. And I'll ask you guys suggestions on what you want next time. That's fine. But oh my God. Holy shit. I can't believe it. Medalist fucking won. I straight up didn't think that was going to win. I was going to be serious. I thought Ichi the Witch would win or Blue Period. I was like, oh, it was so close last time, right? But there you go. It was really close though. It was really close. The Medalist people came in. You've been enjoying what you read for the manga for the club? Yes, by the way, if you're curious, I sadly can't join in on this because of obvious reasons, like it's going to be something we stream in the future. But if you are an Ichi the Witch fan, we have a manga club going on in the server where people are going to be reading it and discussing it every week and getting into it, probably in preparation for one day when I stream it, because I might just do it myself. I might just be like, fuck it, I'll stream Ichi the Witch. So you know, just seeing how everybody enjoys it and like see if like I would still be interested maybe like a while from now. But yeah, we have a manga club. People are just talking about it, enjoying it, it seems. And yeah, it'll change up in a bit. But yeah, that's it, guys. That's the discussion. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you guys hanging out and talking to me. Again, this is it. It was one of your 3 manga I've read in the big day for you. Oh, that's awesome, Sad. That's it, guys. I will be back later in just a bit, and if you're curious about the next chapter, I have to figure out how I'm gonna read it. I think someone said that they had a link for me that I could still be able to read it. I still don't know if I see where it is. If someone could send that to me, I would really appreciate that. I'm not sure where I can read it, because if not, maybe I'm gonna have to cancel doing that. But I know it'll probably be up tomorrow. All right, guys. That's it for now, and I'll see you all next time. Hopefully I'll see you today. We'll see. All right, bye, guys. Bye, guys. See you. I have a link. Oh, thank you. You are allowed to send it. Send it to me as soon as possible. All right, thank you. Bye, guys. Take care.